This is the limitless Keith Lee.
This is Brody King.
This is Angel Garza.
Will Ospreay.
Hornswoggle.
Pentagon Jr.
The villain, Marty Scurll.
The Mexican Rey Fenix.
King Ricochet.
Concrete Rose, Sunny Kiss.
And I'm here to ask you to stop what you're doing, take just one moment, and bask in the glory of the Busted Wide Open.
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 Boston Wide Open.
Busted Wide Open podcast.
You're listening to the Busted Wide Open podcast, dropping the elbow on the hottest topics in sports entertainment and the world of professional wrestling. With your hosts, Nick Howell and Sir Ian Dangerous. Coming to you from the Orbital Jigsaw Network Arena in sunny Southern California. Welcome everybody to BWO Live, coming to you from the BWO universe across Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. This is episode number 318 of Busted Wide Open. My hair's down, and my name is Nick Howell.
And I'm Adnan Burke, and welcome to Busted Wide Open. That's right, I'll be taking over for Sir Ian Dangerous today, and I really hope you enjoy the show. My goodness, oh my goodness. I'm just going to do that all show long. I'm just kidding. This is Sir Ian Dangerous.
Please,
welcome
God,
to the
I'm
show.
going to stop the stream right now.
You can put away your salt shakers, ladies and gentlemen, because thanks to Raw, I've brought enough salt for everybody. That's right. The worst Raw after WrestleMania ever. I'm calling it right now. We're going to talk about it all because, my goodness, WWE laid a big, fat, smelly egg last night. Good grief. Cannot wait to get into it and talk about all of that, Nick. But first things first, thank you to everybody who came and hung out with us last week in our marathon insane week of doom, WrestleMania week 2021. Good grief. It was oh my goodness.
It's in the books.
It was insane. It was so much fun. Everybody, thank you so much for coming and playing with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook, all across all
Discord, all of them.
All of our platforms. In fact, Nick, why don't you tell anybody who might be new to the show where they can interact with us going forward now that we're past WrestleMania?
Yeah, we're like a big show now, right? We did that whole we did like a full-time week.
Well,
that's what it would be like to do this full time, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, which, you know what? I'm not against it. Just take some things happen.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Switches getting flipped.
Right?
I'm saying, yeah.
Guys, as always, linktree.com/BWO is your one-stop shop for all things BWO. Head over there, like, share, subscribe, all the things. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get into the Discord so you can chat with us throughout every week of live shows as that goes on. So, yeah, absolutely head over to linktree.com/BWO. It's the one place you got to go. Big shout out to our patrons, and I especially want to call out our winners across all of the Pick'ems competitions that we had last week. We had Andrew England winning for NXT Stand and Deliver. Mm-hmm. We had Chris White, former BWO champion Chris White, winning for WrestleMania 37.
Yeah.
And then we had Dub Step Rob bringing it home as the first ever grand BWO Patron Pick'ems champion. Well done to all three of you gentlemen. Well played indeed. And to everybody else who was higher than myself and or Sir Ian Dangerous in the rankings, you too will be getting some goodies, as well as the now two-time booby champ, Martin Welch. Congratulations.
He called his shot on that, by the way, too. I want to point something out, is that a lot of people have said that they're going to be the champ. And I don't know if anyone's ever called their shot as explicitly as Martin Welch called being the booby champ, which, let's be clear, is if you're trying to do it, is just about as hard as trying to be the champ.
Right.
That's especially
with the way the matches went down at the shows.
That's what I'm saying. I'd say that was a pretty incredible. Those are incredible accomplishments across the board.
Yeah,
I would say, including our very own JB coming in 4th overall. A fact which she's already not letting us forget in the chat over here on Twitch.
She did compliment my hair, though, so I'm going to let it pass for now.
Well, maybe it's all forgiven for you, but I've yet to get hair compliment myself. So
I have to read something in response to what you just said as we open the show, and that's from Broken Wheelchair. And I didn't throw any bits in or anything, but I have to read it because it is it is such a wonderful interpretation of what you just said to open the show as well. He said, I was watching a guy on Twitch last night. Someone in his voice chat farted loud enough to wake up his girlfriend, and that was more entertaining than Monday Night Raw last night.
that sounds very entertaining, actually.
Well played.
Oh, Raw was brutal.
Well played.
Oh,
Kyle Cotton threw in 100 bits, said, I know because it's Raw After Mania, expectations were elevated, but grading on Raw's bell curve. They have a bell curve. There were some nice long-term positives Monday with two really dumb details, things that if fixed would have worked much better between the handicap and the women's tag.
They're not on a bell curve. They're on a Bell's palsy curve.
Wow.
For Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
The problem is that we're going to get into this. We're going to talk about this all show.
Let's just go.
But the issue for me really was that these were not they made some decisions where I go, okay, I see where you're going, but there's some stuff where there was no logical excuse, like why you would do some of these things, and that's what's frustrating.
Yeah.
So we will get into that right now. But Nick, do we have any more shout outs to give? Do we have any more?
JB says your hair looks good too. It wasn't,
well,
she
thank
didn't
you,
want you to
JB.
feel left out.
Yes, from the lady with the nicest hair that we know of, gigantic mane of red locks. So that's, I guess if she tells us our hair looks good, then our hair looks good, Nick. But enough about our hair. We have plenty more things to talk about that's more important than our incredible manes of wonderful flowing hair. Let us go and get this underway and talk about Monday Night Raw.
Well, I mean, you did it at the top of the show, so it's not going to be funny if I do it now. Ad Von Cog and Corey Graves are on Raw last night.
Yes.
It's like a 1950s radio spot.
It's and that's what his voice sounds like. It sounds like a 1950s guy. Hi, I'm here to sell you some soap that you'll love. If you want to keep your wife docile, just make sure to give her these little yellow pills. She'll never mouth back to you again. Ha ha.
Marlboro cigarettes. They're the best ones for you. You should smoke them 3 times a day.
They keep your lungs strong.
Yes.
Adnan Virk is now on commentary. Tom Phillips is out. We still don't know why Tom is gone. But
He's
Samoa
not
Joe
gone. He's gone down to 205 Live.
Okay, why is he not on Raw? That's a bizarre move. Tom Phillips was basically like mini Michael Cole. Did he just laugh one too many times at Joe and Joe's jokes? What was the reason? What was the rationale? Why change it up for the 22nd time in 5 years? Change up the commentary booth. Now we have Corey Graves, this new guy, Adnan Virk from ESPN. You might have seen him on a lot of MLB broadcasts. And Byron Saxton is still there as well. And here's the thing. It was his first show last night. I want to give credit where credit's due. I can see the guy is talented. I can see the guy has, he's got a mind of a broadcaster. He's definitely learning on his feet, and he just got dropped into this feet first, the deep end of the pool. They put Corey there to basically save him, and Corey did save him multiple times in the night where he called something the wrong move or the wrong nickname or whatever. He was learning on the job. So credit where credit's due. He's going to improve. But what did you think of the new commentary team on Monday Night Raw, bearing that in mind?
If I frame this in the mind that I hate when new announcers show up and call my hockey games, when new announcers show up and call my baseball games, and when I just can't stand Troy Aikman and Joe Buck anymore. Like I'm very particular about my announcers. Like, I expect certain things to be said certain ways and in certain tones.
Hashtag my wrestling.
It's not even that. The role of the commentary in wrestling is so vitally important in a unique way that it is not to any other sport, because we rely on it to help relay what we're supposed to be taking away from a match. Otherwise, it's just left to open interpretation, and we can make up shit as we go. Oh, that's why Drew McIntyre did it that way. We need commentary to tell us why they're doing the things that they're doing in the ring. And
I'll counter that.
When that doesn't land, it makes everything else messy.
I would say that it's more important in WWE than other places because while it tends to be very obvious what's happening in the ring on WWE, there's definitely a layer that they add. You know, the best wrestling matches are ones where they're telling the entire story with their bodies and their actions and what they do in the ring, and them, you know, them as actors, as performers,
Sure.
they're telling us the story. We shouldn't need the commentary. The commentary should be adding on to that. It should be like a condiment that makes things better, that kind of pulls all the flavors together.
Sure.
But it shouldn't be 100% necessary. And I
Need
feel
was
like
probably the bad word. It makes it better.
Yes, and I think in WWE that's kind of, they've built their structure of how everything works in their company so that the announcers really are like, everyone's reliant on the announcers. Everything goes through them, and Vince has a power play where he's yelling in all the announcers' ears all the time, telling them what to say. And that, for better or worse, and I would argue more for worse, really affects the nature of the WWE product. Now, when you get a guy like Adnan in here who has he, like I said, I think he's talented as an announcer, but he has a voice for silent movies. And when we have him jump in here, when we're used to Tom Phillips, who has a great announcer voice, it is jarring at first. And I think that, you know, I can see myself getting used to him, Adnan, that is. And I'm curious to see how he progresses in terms of knowing how to call things and how to tell the story. He is just the play-by-play. That's what Corey and Byron are there to do, is actually tell the story. But I question bringing him in, and not bringing in a wrestling guy. And again, you know, maybe that's why Corey's there to, you know, actually call the moves correctly. But we saw, like, last night, Adnan going, "What a move!" on a few things. And I'm definitely a bit too much of a purist to allow one of the guys on commentary to be like doing "what a maneuver" in 2021.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I'm definitely scratching my head about this. I'm waiting to hear more about why Phillips was moved off the show. I'm hoping on the upside that this is a sign that Samoa Joe might be heading back to the ring. That would be extremely exciting. All fingers, all toes crossed. But definitely right now, to start off the show, it was very jarring.
Yeah.
To hear Adnan's voice. It was also jarring to open the show with Lashley showing up to the arena and immediately being confronted by Matt Riddle, who was like, "Yo, bro, I busted my lip, but I still think I should get a shot at the title." And Lashley said, "No, you totally shouldn't, but I'm going to beat your ass anyway." And proceeded to take Riddle right out to the ring at the beginning of the show and beat his ass. He attacked him before the bell even rang, whooped up Riddle, and then, even though Riddle had a couple of good comebacks, ultimately got put in the hurt lock on a flying bro, and that was all she wrote. Riddle goes down 1, 2, 3, a night after losing the U.S. title to Sheamus, who was nowhere on the show. Before we talk about the rest of Lashley MVP and everything else going on with the show, that and in that storyline, what do you think about what's happening with Riddle here? He goes from being a champion, and we know that he was a champion because they had to get the title off of Lashley. Things fell through with Keith Lee for reasons that we're still finding out about. It didn't seem right to put Sheamus on Sheamus right away. So he was, we know, an intermediary champ to begin with, but to then have him brought out and Bobby Lashley beating him down, is that a bad look? Like, does that mean Riddle, we were wondering, is Riddle getting punished for screwing up his lines and just being a Riddle? Is this more of that?
I
Do you
hope
think there's
not,
a comeback
because that's
Riddle?
so much of his gimmick. I like what they're doing with Riddle. I like the fact that we've got the real bro, that we've got Matt Riddle. And so I'm going to apologize in advance, guys. My voice is toast.
It was a hell of a week.
It is a long week, and it's that time of year at work, and it's taking its toll.
Sorry.
Riddle, so I apologize for sounding scratchy tonight. A couple of call-outs real quick, and then there's some more I want to say.
Okay.
Abraham Castillo tipped $20 into the tip jar.
Oh,
Said
what's
Mike
up,
Miller and
Abraham?
I are going to keep this thing alive. Thank you for 8 days of shows. You make wrestling awesome.
Brother, man, thank you so much. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Abe.
Very much appreciated.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you.
man. Kyle Cotton threw in 100 bits. Said the benefit of Adnan coming from baseball and the style of announcing, that is, I fully expect him to grow phenomenally in this role. Baseball announcing is first and foremost storytelling as the game progresses, which is very similar to wrestling. I fully expect Verk to become great. I will say that there is an art to calling baseball, and I'd say the same for hockey. The amount of history of the sport that you have to know, that's also very good to have in wrestling, right? As long as he's a historian of wrestling and can call back, or at least has the cheat sheet, the cliff notes, right? That he can, this is why that was important, because back in 1998 when he, like, you got to be able to do those things on the fly.
And that's what I want out of an announcer. If Adnan, I mean, hey, I agree with Kyle. There's lots of room for him to improve, and he's a guy with the skill set to improve. I hope that that's what happens, and he gets, put into the wrestling history bath. He's already a fan, but it's just having the history, knowing more, have the people around him just basically inundating him with this stuff so that he does improve quickly. And again, I don't fundamentally have any issue with him, although I will admit the voice is a little...
It's a bit jarring when he talks like that.
I'm not used to it
True
yet.
like spark plugs. They're the only spark plugs you need for your car today. Chevron oil, the only one you need to use in your car to get the most mileage out of your vehicle.
Oh my God!
It's gonna be that kind of stuff. It's gonna be a meme now. I could constantly just hear it in my. Just what were those old? You turn the radio on.
Adnan Burke here for Peeps Candies. If you like Peeps, you'll like Peeps. If you don't like Peeps, you probably won't like the Peeps. Thanks for showing up to my TED Talk.
Mars and Nestle candy bars. You'll like that candy.
Mars.
I'm starting to turn into Terrence and Phillip a little bit.
You are. He's got a little bit of that to him, though.
Yeah, he does. He's got a little...
Oh, my God.
Chevy resubscribed with the Tier 1 sub for 9 months. 9 months.
Yes.
Love you, Sheppy. And you get a little bit of the chicken.
Good.
Woo. Thank you, Sheppy.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so back to Riddle. I don't think Riddle needs a title. I think Riddle got over without a title. He's gonna be fine. What they can't do is put him into chump spots like this where he gets beat down relentlessly.
It wasn't a squash. To their credit, they at least had
him a fight.
Somewhat of a competitive match, but it was still. He got beat 2 nights in a row, and he was put firmly in that mid card. Sheamus beat him clean as a whistle. Bobby Lashley proved that he was dominant, that he was the champ. I wonder if Bobby Lashley had an outside engagement or something, because we were told that later on the show he'd address us again. He'd give the champ's address. He never came back. He had his match right at the top of the show, and then he took off. We had MVP come out a few more times. We had MVP come out at the top of the third hour and say, "Who can beat Bobby Lashley? As you've seen, no one, not even Drew McIntyre." He falls to the Hurt Lock, which of course brings out Drew McIntyre to say, "I'll admit it. I'm man enough to admit it. I got beat last night. The Hurt Lock is no joke, but I want to have a rematch because you distracted me, MVP, and I want to do this again with no distractions." Which I'm kind of on MVP's side, where he says, "Get to the back of the line because you lost fair and square. It's on you if you get distracted," kind of thing. But out came Braun Strowman to interrupt them, who said, "I beat Shane McMahon, and that means I get next." Which, okay, hashtag Braun logic.
Cool.
But then out comes Randy Orton, who says, "I beat The Fiend, and that means I've got next." Which, okay, Orton logic. He even said, I've taken out The Fiend. The Fiend is in my rear view, which was not the impression I got at all from that awful finish to that match. It was just that he escaped with his life. But hey, whatever, WWE, you do you. We had then a triple threat made by Adam Pearce between Drew McIntyre, Braun Strowman, and Randy Orton in the main event of the night to determine who was going to be the next contender for Bobby Lashley's title at WrestleMania Backlash, which is what they're calling their next pay-per-view. So there's a couple of things to look at here, Nick. First and foremost, ultimately, there's actually one more thing. Let me actually just talk about the match.
Okay.
We had the triple threat at the end of the show. Totally fine match. big guys doing big guy things. Pretty fun. Not mad at that. Not one of the worst parts of Raw. It was entertaining. With Randy Orton actually ending up getting the RKO on Braun Strowman. And then as he's pinning him, Drew comes in, claymores him in the pin. And then he gets the pin on Randy 1, 2, 3. So
Drew
nice
was never not winning this.
Right. But at the same time, nice way to not have Braun get pinned too. Randy, I think, can eat the pin and that doesn't matter as much. Plus, he was protected. Lots of stair work in this match too. Lots of hitting people in the face with stairs. Braun was doing his choo-choo. Luckily, no sound effects.
Hey.
And he ate the stairs to the face. But so then Drew wins it, stands up, and is like, "That's right. I'm gonna be going to WrestleMania Backlash." And then suddenly the Hurt Business music hits. The graphic screws up, but whatever. MVP walks out at the top of the ramp, stares at Drew. Drew gets distracted again by MVP. And who should jump into the ring and take him out but Shelton Benjamin and Cedric? Oh, no, wait, that's right. Not them. Mace and T-Bar jump into the ring, lay out Drew, and walk up the ramp towards MVP, apparently indicating some sort of perhaps new reformation of the Hurt Business. So that's, again, we just talked about a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things to unpack here. Let's start with Drew facing Lashley at WrestleMania Backlash.
Let's start with the name.
Well, that's part of it, isn't it?
What the actual hell?
Because Backlash isn't Backlash normally the way it's positioned. It's kind of implied that is the Backlash from WrestleMania. I'd say a lot of the times, but this time they're calling it out. And the main event is a rematch from WrestleMania. And it looks like there's going to be a few matches based on what we just saw on Raw, that will be, if not rematches, then kind of running back some things they wanted to do at WrestleMania.
Well, so there's a certain individual that would like to weigh in on this.
Oh, and I imagine weigh in heavily because
it's BWO official Keiko.
Oh my goodness! Is it puppy
God,
time?
she's so big now.
Jesus Christ, that animal is huge. Oh, Jesus, she used to fit in the palm of your hands like a week ago.
Hi, kisses. Puppy kisses.
Oh, you're not a
So
puppy.
if you're not watching this live, if you're listening to this and not seeing the video, there is a gigantic puppy who is tackling Nick right now.
Thank you for fixing my hair.
Taking out his hair.
Hi.
Is there anything you would like to say about WrestleMania Backlash, Madam Official? No.
Apparently.
No.
No.
Like
all
you had
WWE
plenty
refs.
to say downstairs, and I thought that you wanted to weigh in on some things. So, no, nothing
She
about
just wanted attention. She's wanted to be on camera. She didn't actually want to say anything.
Yeah. You see Ian? You say hi to everybody?
What's up, Keiko?
All right. That's enough. Okay. Oh, it's in the beard. There we go. Thank you.
Puppies!
Give me my beard back. Okay. She, if you guys can tell, like 3 weeks ago, when she made her BWO debut.
That was just 3 weeks ago.
I think it was like 3-4 weeks ago.
Oh,
She's well over 20 pounds now. She was about 8 pounds.
You have a monster on your hand.
She's big.
You have a horse.
Yes.
You're gonna be able to ride that dog.
Did you guys see the size of the paw on the side of my face?
Yeah, she was just like pie facing you there. She was trying to give you the
big girl.
She was giving you the claw.
Yeah. The claw. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt there. WrestleMania Backlash for me.
Is she a Von Erich? I just have to ask. Is she a Von Erich?
It's very possible she does it come from that line.
Okay.
Keiko, I don't know if Esther would be okay with me calling her Keiko Von Erich, but it's not a bad idea.
It's done. It's too late.
Oh, okay, yes. We have Dog Ziggler, and now we have Keiko Von Erich. Yes, because she is massive.
It's too perfect.
And she plays dirty.
Finishing move is the claw. It's done. All right, we're digressing. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It was puppy time there for a second. So okay, WrestleMania Backlash with Drew McIntyre facing Bobby Lashley again. This has my eyebrows raised pretty high because you just had a big moment for Lashley at WrestleMania. And I think if they go and strap Drew at Backlash, it's the same problem that you would have had if you strapped Drew at WrestleMania. Now, we all thought he was going to get strapped at WrestleMania because, hey, the crowd's back, coronate Drew, have a great moment. You lose all of those benefits if you do it at Backlash, unless there's a live crowd, which we haven't heard yay or nay, but I assume nay. We're now in Yingling Stadium, not outside in the MLB stadium anymore. So it's
what
a
is
different
Yingling Stadium?
It's a basketball stadium. It's tiny. That's why the monitors were more curved. The Thunderdome was more curved. It's a smaller space.
Okay.
It's also named after a delicious lager you can't get west of the Mississippi, although I have some sitting right up there.
It's fantastic.
But that being said, if you have Drew win it in front of no crowd off of Bobby Lashley, you then that takes away all of the benefits of having him win it at WrestleMania in front of the crowd, thanking him for holding it together last year, giving him a proper coronation. That's gone.
I think,
and
go ahead.
It's more of the negatives, which we said if Drew wins at WrestleMania, it's a bad look for Bobby Lashley. It shows that he was just a transitional champ. Which is bad for a number of reasons, not including that he's one of the only African American champs they've ever had in WWE, and if he's just there to be a plot point as opposed to a legitimate champion.
Kofi 2.0.
It's very Kofi 2.0. He gets a couple of wins just to say, okay, he was a defending champ, but then when they're done with him, they discard him the same way they did Kofi. It's what I worry about.
How do I want to say this? Oh, I want to be real careful. The way that he got the title does not do him any justice either. And what my hope was off the back of WrestleMania was that we were going to spend at least the next 3 to 6 months defining him as a real champion, validating him, not just being some swindler with the Miz who happened onto the title. And
yes.
he was able to prove that against Drew in a very vicious, awesome match at WrestleMania. Even though we all didn't like the outcome, it caught me off guard, and it made us really think about how good it was for Lashley in the aftermath of it, right?
We didn't like the outcome because we'd bet against it, but we also said leading up to it, if they go, I kind of want both guys to win, and I can see positives for both of them winning. But the thing is, those positives are gone now.
Not necessarily.
What are the positives?
If we continue to establish, so I think putting him right back up to Drew is a mistake.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think what you could do is go on a bit of a tour with Lashley, have him beat all of your big guys in title defenses, and really establish him as a legit champion. But if you go to WrestleMania Backlash and you take it off of him and put it on Drew, he'll be just called a fluke. The WrestleMania victory will be called a fluke, and everything that you've done over the last year to build Lashley up into this unbeatable monster,
yeah,
gone.
So that's one thing that gives me some hope to the Retribution connection to Hurt Business is hopefully those guys will cost Drew the match, and he goes and plays with them, and then we ultimately have the blow off at SummerSlam. That to me seems like the timing. If you take it off of him at SummerSlam, that seems like the right timing to me to give Lashley a proper reign and have him look like a dominant champ. Frankly, I don't know if he needs to have guys the size of Mason T-Bar as muscle.
It's fine. Drew is at the back of the line. Make him run the gauntlet. Make him go through everybody to get back up to the number one contendership by the time you get back to SummerSlam. This idea that he's going to go yank it off of him at Backlash in less than a month pisses me off, frankly, because you're just undermining everything you just built to WrestleMania for.
Exactly. And even if you have that match where Drew has the match with Lashley and he's cost the match again because of the interference of T-Bar and Mace, which is what, we can assume from the end of this, then that's not giving you enough dividends by the time you get to SummerSlam, so that we've seen the match before.
Yeah.
We've seen Lashley versus Drew. Make Drew go jump through some hoops for the next 3 months. Don't have him come right back with the rematch. So when you said that Drew had to win this, I didn't think so. I thought you could have Strowman have a small program with Lashley while Drew is building himself back up. I thought if Randy Orton's going, we heard rumors that Randy Orton was going away after WrestleMania. If that's not the case, have Randy do a bit of a program with Lashley. Have Lashley kind of be on the face side of the tweener status.
Sure, have Randy lay down for Lashley and put him into the stratosphere. I think that's
why
massive.
Not?
Absolutely.
So there were other options here. So that's why I'm just scratching my head about this. I think it's ridiculous booking. I think that it's definitely going to I don't see a scenario where this is a good thing for anybody. So now here's the other question. how long was Vince planning on making Mace and T-Bar into the new Hurt Business? If that's indeed what's happening. Is that why he broke up Retribution so suddenly when he did? Because he saw those two and went, yes, they're my new Bludgeon Brothers, or whatever he's thinking with them. Like, when did this go down? Because it seems like it was a pretty, based on some of the booking, it seems like it was a pretty sudden, within the last 2 weeks decision, tears apart the Hurt Business out of nowhere, can't get talked out of it, even though MVP and Lashley go to him in person in the back office and plead with him not to break up the Hurt Business. He goes through with it. He breaks up Retribution, even though there was a ton of story that you could have done with them and with Mustafa Ali that they just, threw out the window. So they just let that run its course and then just toss it aside like garbage. And now these guys are coming out and apparently are going to be a big deal going forward because they're going to be involved in the title feud, like with the champion. Lord knows the tag team division needs some more fresh blood, but I mean, these guys, they're going to have to look like a force if that's the case. They look like a joke with Retribution. So how are they going to change that? Why couldn't they, and this is rhetorical, why couldn't they build up Cedric and Shelton to look like more of a threat? Because you know how you make someone look like a threat? You have them win. That's it. You don't have to have Shelton and Cedric lose. It's
even
just
in
Vince's
scurrilous
perception.
fashion, even
Doesn't
if
matter.
they're dastardly,
And it's you know what it is? It's a visual perception thing. Vince loves big guys. Mace and T-Bar are freaking huge. They're the size of Drew McIntyre, who himself is also huge. So is Lashley. These guys can manhandle Drew. Cedric and Shelton cannot manhandle Drew in the same way. Maybe that's the idea, is Vince likes big guys because they can then manhandle the other big guys and look like physically imposing threats, as opposed to having to do the work of creating a story where you believe that Shelton and Cedric would be a threat.
Yeah.
It's just it's just lazy.
Yep.
It's just lazy.
Yep.
And it's frankly undermining two guys who I think deserved better.
I agree.
But I'm happy for T-Bar and Mace. Happy for them.
I feel like it's just put them with Hurt Business.
I'm torn by it.
Kyle
But
100 bits said, the bad thing is I'm fairly certain if Drew doesn't win at Backlash, he's winning the briefcase when a bunch of other guys need it.
Yeah, like a lot of other guys need it. And that would be another case. It's a great point. That would be another case of putting the briefcase on someone who does not need it. Something that they have done. It's been too often recently. Last year, you put it on somebody who was never going to use it, and so you had to take it off to put it on Miz for a good plot point. I thought it was well used once you had it on Miz, but obviously they didn't know what to do with it once they put it on Otis.
Yeah.
Then you had Brock Lesnar have it. You had Braun Strowman have it.
Alexa
Bliss. You had people who they can get title shots on their own. It should be something to elevate somebody, and it's just, I've said it before. I think Money in the Bank needs to go away. It needs to come out only at certain times when they know what to do with it, not an arbitrary time.
Go back to it being
of year.
a gimmick match like it was when Edge won. The very first one was just a match. It wasn't an entire pay-per-view, right?
Or just don't have it scheduled to a certain time of the year.
Yeah.
Like do it when you know what you have your plan in place. But it's WWE. They don't ever plan.
Yep.
Unless it's they don't plan except for like certain main events of WrestleManias far enough in advance. Like as it was, they were changing shit at WrestleMania the day of. We're getting reports out now. They changed 4 matches this weekend. This weekend, the 4 match outcomes since Friday. One of the ones they changed was they changed the Fiend ending to that awful ending that everyone is wiping their butts with, and with good reason. They changed that the day of. Vince and Pritchard were like, we're going to change it to this. And from the reports that we're hearing, the people that were involved, the performers, were confused, quote, confused by the ending change. And I can see why, because that ending was hot garbage.
Yep.
And so, but another thing that we had.
One more real quick. Kyle threw in another 100 bits. Said, I personally like this idea for Hurt Business 2.0 because these guys have the potential to be a Brothers of Destruction type team. Just take off the masks. MVP can save these guys. Yeah, masks make them.
Let's all say it.
It's Saturday morning cartoons as long as they've got masks on. Like
it's Bebop and Rocksteady.
Yeah. They're not going to be taken seriously. You want to wear some war paint? You want to put some eye black on or something like that? Knock yourself out. They look like goofy, stupid cartoons.
The name T-Bar still kills me too, but it's one of those things you can overlook. The masks are just so in your face.
Yeah.
I
Thank you,
agree.
Kyle.
Take the masks off them. Yeah. You know what? Give them a Hurt Business makeover.
Yeah.
Give them a Hurt, like put them in suits.
There you
Take
go.
the masks off them and put them in suits.
There you go.
Then I'll you know what? I'll forget and forgive and be like, yes, they're doing my boy Shelton,
6'8"
Cedric dirty.
Dijak in a suit. Yes.
Oh. Coming out on either like two twin towers on either side of MVP and Lashley.
Oh, stop.
Then yeah,
6'8" Dijak Dick heel in a suit. Oh,
we know what the
my
Knicks
heart, be still.
like. See, now we're getting somewhere with
Yeah.
this. Now we're getting to something where I could see like, okay,
Skeptically optimistic. Let's see what happens.
yeah. I don't fundamentally have a problem with Mason T-Bar being involved in the Hurt Business. I just, I think that could work. It's just the way that we got to this point was terrible.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
it could be saved though.
Yeah.
Something else that we have to talk about, the way we got to it was, but at the same time, I can't really argue with the outcome. Rhea Ripley and Asuka have a WrestleMania rematch because we're the authority, Nick, and we determine what happens. We have all the power, and there will be no more rematches. Remember that?
Until tonight.
That was good times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, never had a rematch since.
Oh, yeah.
Until tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, never happened.
Nope.
Never happened. But here we are again, having a pay-per-view match on the next show. It is worth noting that before this match, out came the Queen herself, Charlotte Flair, looking like Stacy Keibler's bottom and a top from Tron. She came out to the ring and announced that she was back. I thought she looked phenomenal. I thought she looked great. There was apparently she was getting some grief on Twitter about something. Someone said that she looked like a stick figure drawn by a 3-year-old.
Who?
And
Charlotte?
yeah. Like, what are you seeing? Which she took the issue with it as
she
well,
looked
saying,
gorgeous.
she said, God forbid I ever listen to a man tell me how I should look. Yeah, she looked like the Queen. She looked like an absolute machine. And she's back to being a heel, Nick. She came out and said, anyone's got a problem with me, kiss my ass. I'm the best in the business. I wasn't at WrestleMania, and WrestleMania was worse for it. That's cute that Rhea and Asuka had a little match. That's cute, but I'm back in town. I'm the Queen, and any of the women in the back who are bitching about not getting opportunities because of me, guess what? I am the opportunity. I make the opportunities for you. Shots fired. Good Lord. Great welcome back heel Charlotte promo. One of the highlights of Raw. And then we had Asuka versus Rhea 2.0. Another fine match. It was, the problem was it was a rematch from the night before. And not shockingly, we did not get a finish, Nick. We had a nice 10, 12-minute match. And then out of nowhere, Charlotte Flair comes out and beats them both up, gives them some nice little tap kicks against the side of the ring. And that's that. DQ finish. Charlotte inserting herself back in the title picture. And I would wager we're going to get that Charlotte triple threat at WrestleMania Backlash. Thoughts on Charlotte Flair coming back and missing WrestleMania because of some weird skullduggery with the doctor from WWE. But now we're getting what they might have wanted at WrestleMania, which is Charlotte Flair in a triple threat, Asuka and Rhea. What do you think about that?
I'm scared.
Why? What's scaring you about that?
That they're just going to yank it right off of Rhea and put it on Charlotte.
They were, it's interesting. Charlotte turns heel. They had cheers for Rhea tonight. So it seems like Rhea may be going back to being a face again, or they just had never clearly defined that.
When they do this kind of shit, let me clarify. When they do this kind of rematch stuff,
yes,
on the Raw after WrestleMania, what I interpret that as is like, we weren't sure which way to go. Let's test both and see which one works. That's what I read this. They're testing.
Which I don't know how they tell with, whoever they have, not Kevin Dunn, but someone back there pushing the button for cheer boo. Like they're listen,
it wasn't near as bad as the rest. Whoever was on the ATEM and the back at WrestleMania changing the camera angles was just taking their face and just just rolling it back and forth across the button. Face rolling the whole ATEM board.
when Lance Storm is
Stop
calling
cutting
about
the camera.
I saw something where they apparently had like 0.29 cuts a second.
Jesus.
That means like within every like 3 to 4 seconds there was a cut on average during that match.
God.
That's insane. Yeah, they're in the main event of WrestleMania, just to clarify the triple threat. That's crazy.
What do you
we
think
we
this is
digress.
about, by the way, with Charlotte?
We digress.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Charlotte is, as all great heels are, not entirely wrong in her promo. And she is still that bulwark against anybody who wants to be in the main event scene. She and Rhea have history. That's a story I want to see told. Skeptically optimistic. Do I want a triple threat? Not really, but they might have it so Charlotte can pin Asuka and not pin Rhea. Rhea doesn't get pinned. But God forbid they put that title back on Charlotte. You know what I mean? That Rhea could pin Asuka. Asuka can eat the pin. Which sucks to say because it's Asuka. But I don't know why else she would be there.
Yeah.
Should Charlotte be back in the main event scene? I know a lot of people would say no, they're sick of Charlotte, but unfortunately, she is still who she says she is.
What
She's
are you
still
going
one
to
of
do,
the best
pair her
wrestlers in
with
the company.
Peyton Royce and let her go mess around with Nia and Shayna?
I mean,
It's Charlotte Flair, for God's sakes.
Nick, that didn't sound bad. Keep her face, pair her with Peyton,
We've
and have her
lost
go
him,
win,
ladies and gentlemen.
have her go win the
Good
tag
Lord.
division. I'm just saying, if
They
you want to
just
do something else
did that
Charlotte,
with her and Asuka.
but I'm saying make them an actual team, the way that you made Nia and Shayna an actual team. Just to get Charlotte, you're saying how do you get Charlotte out of the title picture? Put her in another title picture with, and that also elevates Peyton Royce. What's the downside of that? Wait, hold on. What's the downside of putting Charlotte in the tag division?
After we've just watched Nia Jax, Shayna Baszler all the time, every time, across our entire thing for the last, 3 months.
Okay, yes. Obviously,
I am diluted. I am drowning in Nia Jax, Shayna Baszler.
the caveat being it keeps her out of the singles title picture. We don't have the tag picture in the singles title picture if you do that.
Okay.
That's
It's
That's all-
Charlotte Flair. Anybody else,
point.
okay. Even Becky Lynch, if Becky came back and go, hey, you know what? I want those tag team championships. I'm fine. It's Charlotte Flair.
You put Becky in the tag team championships before Charlotte?
I
Oh
would.
my god.
Yes.
All right. Okay. That's neither here nor
She's
there.
been gone a year.
The bottom line now is Charlotte and Rhea have a story to tell, and I'm fine with them telling that. You know, Asuka and Rhea, I think they still want to tell something with Asuka and Rhea. Either way, I think that at some point Rhea's road has to go through Charlotte.
Absolutely.
Right?
You have to tell that story from Mania last year. We never really got away from that.
Yeah. I didn't like them having the rematch. I didn't like the finish being a DQ with Charlotte running out.
Same.
Even though it makes sense, it's lame booking. It's boring. I don't like the fact that they're wishy-washy on what Rhea is. We don't have a really defined who Rhea is yet. And that may be them just saying, no, she just is who she is. But you know, you can't have it both ways. You have some people that you give them such clear definition right out the gate. Vince's philosophy being like, let me show you exactly who this person is, and then we can kind of dial it back in nuance later. You then not do that with Rhea, and just she comes out and she's a badass. That's her gimmick. There's a lot I didn't like about this, but the idea of Charlotte being involved in the title scene with Rhea is not a bad idea. In fact, to me, it seems like the only logical idea with Charlotte coming back.
Yeah. I think it's the next logical step. Asuka was a great champion. Thank you, Asuka, for everything you've done. You may go. Like
take a break.
Right?
Take a break.
We need go take a break. You've done a lot. You got some mandibular things to figure out. Let Charlotte step in and carry a Rhea Charlotte program between now and SummerSlam. You have my attention. That's what we've all wanted.
Asuka take a little break, come back, reform Triple Tails with Io Shirai when she gets called up, go win the tag titles off of Nia and Shayna. Did I get you with that one?
Oh, yes.
Was that better?
That way better.
That was better for you?
Way better.
Okay, good. Well, Nick, it's that time. Do we need to catch up because we got to dive into something that might set me off over the edge here? Yes.
Before we go down that dark rabbit hole, Kyle throwing 100 bits said, I want really applaud Rhea and Asuka in this match. They had chemistry issues, but they did a good job of adapting on the fly because of those issues. As for Charlotte, this is the story they should do with Rhea. But what's concerning is the timing, where because Charlotte feels wrong, like when the 2020 Rumble win was changed, Rhea is going to get screwed like Shayna. And yes,
God, I
that
hope
was
not.
the best Charlotte ever looked.
I am terrified that's what they're going to do. But again, and this is going to be kind of a darker show for us than normal. It started off dark, but you know what? In the middle of that darkness, I will throw this out. Skeptically optimistic. Skeptically optimistic.
Yep. Go ahead. Calthrin, another 100 bits, said, side note, Kevin Dunn, stop cutting whenever Rhea does a move. She doesn't need it to hide things. It's not just Rhea, Kyle. It's everything.
It's Kevin.
It was
Kevin
every
all the time.
match at WrestleMania. Somebody just kept for 4 hours straight. Somebody was just hammering on the A-Temp, switching the cut.
Move like there's someone back there with their finger that they used to push that button. It's just like a nub.
Yeah.
Now they've worn that finger down to a nub. They pushed it so many times, it's wore it out.
If we end up doing a triple threat with Rhea, Charlotte, and Asuka, I do hope that Rhea does retain by pinning Asuka just to double down on the victory at WrestleMania, and maybe Charlotte is over there going, okay, it's gonna be like that, okay.
I
and
wouldn't
just
mind
gets more
again,
dickish, you know.
Yeah, we've got
More
two pay-per-views
heelish.
before SummerSlam, I believe. Backlash, Money in the Bank, right?
Yeah.
Or is there's one more?
There'll
between,
be Extreme Rules probably in there somewhere too.
yeah, or something, or Great Balls of Fire. They'll bring that back.
No.
But having a Rhea versus Charlotte in a stipulation at SummerSlam I think would be a cool one.
Yep.
Rhea versus Charlotte in a cage. Put it in my eye holes.
Asuka in a shark cage?
Asuka on a pole match.
Yeah. No.
All right. So speaking of bad ideas, The Fiend and Alexa Bliss. Apparently, the story we were supposed to take from the match on Sunday night is that the Alexa Bliss has turned on The Fiend, which I guess is what you get when she just starts exploding black out of her forehead, and he gets distracted and gets pinned after eating an RKO, and then is very confused. I guess that was her turning on him because she distracted him. Okay. So Alexa now has her own Alexa's Playground. And we had that segment where Alexa explained that she realized at some point that she didn't need The Fiend while he was gone. He had, through metaphor, she was giving kind of a Bray Wyatt-y kind of promo. She explained that she was embraced by this darkness, and then the darkness went away and left her alone, referring to when Bray Wyatt got burned alive and was no longer around. And then during that time, she realized she didn't need him. And so when he came back, she felt like she was now the female of the species, which is more deadly than the male. Right. And meanwhile, every time she was talking about darkness in this, all I could think of was Dave Chappelle.
Darkness!
Darknesses!
Charlie Murphy!
So, and then conversely, on the other side, or alternately on the other side of the coin, later on the show, we had Bray Wyatt come back to the Firefly Funhouse. He's back. Funhouse Bray is back. He said hello to all of his puppets who were happy to see him.
I was happy to see them too, for what it's worth.
I was happy to see the Firefly Funhouse back, and he did say that he couldn't believe that she was no longer there and that she had turned on him. But it's all good because it's a new season of Firefly Funhouse, and he feels renewed and rejuvenated and reborn. So it seems like the idea is now we have essentially two Fiends. Alexa has a new little creepy doll toy with skulls for teeth. Nice touch. But again, Nick, the really important thing here is not that they started kind of a new story arc here. It's that match on Sunday. That's sticking in my craw. It's sticking in a lot of people's craws. As we mentioned earlier, Vince McMahon changed the finish that day. Did they do too much damage to the Fiend with having that finish go down the way that it did, to the point where people will not be interested in this next arc of story?
I'm scared the answer to that question is yes. I certainly have the alternative universe of booking that I would have liked to have seen. I would have loved to have seen just the role reversal there, where I love Alexa showing up and having a thorny crown of black goo spewing from her head. I thought that was fantastic. It looked great, but it should have been a thing that got Randy's attention for him to be beaten by the Fiend. Or maybe she comes in and he's in a trance because of whatever transformation she's done. And I mean, this whole thing just feels so backwards. I'm so confused.
as we said on Sunday, and in a rant where I blew all my F-bombs for 2021, which seems to be a recurring theme with The Fiend. The thing that we were saying is, it's like you can, if you need, these are the things you wanted to accomplish with that match. The Fiend comes back and is renewed. He fights and is just way too powerful for Randy Orton. Alexa Bliss betrays him. Those are the things that you needed to accomplish. The biggest problem was there was no catharsis for fans who had been strung along on this very long, drawn-out storyline where there was no action for extended periods of time, and we wanted to see action. We wanted to see some sort of release where the Fiend finally gets back at Randy Orton. And so, therefore, having him beat Randy Orton, or at least not lose to a single RKO out of nowhere in a weird distraction moment, was going to be the only way that we were going to feel satisfied with that. If you need to have Alexa Bliss turn on him, you could still do that after all that's done. You can still have Randy Orton stand tall at the end of the match or escape, even if he eats the pin. You serve all masters with that if you book it that way. Yeah. The way that they booked it, though, it doesn't give us that release that makes us feel good about this and then intrigues us with a new chapter. What you did was leave everyone high and dry and frustrated. And the problem was it was something that they've done with Bray through his entire career, where they've said, no, it's better to have a ending where people go, what just happened there, than to have an ending that gives some sort of satisfaction and then they expect us to come back on Monday and be like, ooh, cool, what happens next? And the problem is, without those moments that make us feel good about the story that we're on, we don't want to see more of the story. I'm sitting here now like I'm intrigued about where they're going, but now I truly question if they're going to pay off in a way that makes me feel like I have invested my time properly in caring about this.
I'm scared. I'm scared that they're going to just completely ruin the 2 years of work that they've put into this.
I wonder if they might already have. A lot of people are a lot less excited about The Fiend than they used to be.
Guilty.
I'm afraid guilty too. I still pop for the entrance. I still think there's a lot of incredible creative work that's gone into it. And if reports are true, this falls squarely at the feet of Vince McMahon. Bray, on paper, this is an engaging storyline, but in execution, it failed time and time again. And as we said, like, you need to pay off huge at WrestleMania for all of this dragging out of this storyline over the weeks leading up to it. You've got to pay it off. And guess what? Once again, Randy and Bray did not deliver at WrestleMania. They had a match that was the low point of the card, again, the second time in a row that they had a match at WrestleMania.
What I'm scared of is I'm supposed to believe, in all cartoon logic, right? I'm supposed to believe that this is an unbeatable demon from the pits of hell who had a Inferno match with this guy and was burned alive, was resurrected by a demonic Alexa Bliss, also allegedly maybe the embodiment of Sister Abigail, and brought back to life and then metamorphosized into a new version, right, of himself. And you're going to tell me that one little thing like Alexa Bliss calling his name and happening to be bleeding from the head black goo, and he takes an RKO and loses. Am I supposed to believe that The Fiend gives a shit about whether or not he wins and loses wrestling matches?
And this is part of the problem, is
because
that
he's concerned with what's going on with Alexa.
But this is the thing, is he doesn't care. And the fact that he doesn't care makes us not care. And that's the biggest issue here, is that
there's no consequence.
Once wins and losses are irrelevant, then we don't care about the matches. We've been conditioned to believe that these matches matter. The wins and losses matter, right? And so when we're told, forget it, it's not really a big deal, then we go, then why should I care about him being a wrestler? Just go off and have your own little cartoon on the side.
Yeah, just be an aside, just be an intermission segment on Raw. If that's what it's going to be, it doesn't need to involve wrestling matches. Just have him going around messing with like a Rumpelstiltskin kind of thing. Have him messing with all of the people in the locker room.
Which is what we've said all along. Is
yeah.
just don't have him have
He
wrestling
doesn't
matches.
need
You
titles.
don't have to.
He doesn't need wins
No,
and losses.
Putting a title on him was ridiculous.
But
It was a terrible idea. And
amazing supernatural stories like you've been doing the last couple of years involving Alexa Bliss wasn't a bad idea. I think they've done a good job with it. They could certainly do better, but they've tried to build it all around Randy Orton.
But that's not even a bad. But that wasn't a bad idea either. Again, on paper, a lot of these concepts were solid, right? Him possessing Alexa Bliss, him dying to be reborn, and Alexa Bliss being possessed by him and being his avatar to come back into the world, or whatever it was, to get ultimate revenge on Randy Orton for being the one guy who truly hurt him the most. That's all really good stuff, and that's why we were engaged in that storyline. The problem is they Game of Thrones the ending.
Yep.
They overthought it. They had characters flip heel for no reason. It was a Game of Thrones ending.
Yeah.
And look at how people felt about the ending of that show.
Yeah, I don't watch that show, pal.
Lost their damn minds.
Dragons and princesses and queens. Like, what's all that shit? We got demons and
I don't watch that crap.
Yeah, I don't watch that stuff, pal.
I'm just gonna eat my steak burrito. Maybe he should have watched it. Maybe he would have learned a lesson.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's again, there's a lot of issues here. Nothing essentially wrong with the story. It's their execution and how they did the WrestleMania moment that really botched it, and it made it so that these segments are kind of like, okay, cool, you've got some more stuff going on. Oh, Alexa's turn on you. All right, cool. I'm not as excited about it as I should be because they kicked me in the dick on Sunday.
Yeah, Lost is another one. Thank you, Kyle. This is it's the smoke monster all over again.
I'll give you X-Files too.
Sure.
Just took a hard left off the cliff.
End of X-Files. Like, whoa, dude, what?
What? So.
Kyle threw in 100 bits, said, I'm probably a bit more salty here because by going this direction, there's no way in WWE you can pay this off without getting ridiculous. You can't put Alexa in the women's division without undermining everyone. You can't have them get physical because of sponsors, and an anime spooky battle is a really terrible idea. So once again, it's spooky nonsense with no way to pay it off without it being terrible, and that's best case scenario.
And unfortunately, the spooky stuff is the most divisive stuff. Across the fandom every week in and week out. Like there were people who loved it, like you and I, and there are people who were like, get this crap out of my wrestling. So, that's again, if they had paid it off and everyone had been really excited about it, you might have seen that start to shift. But the fact that it's now the people that were sitting there the entire time going, this spooky stuff sucks, they're now proven right. Right? They're now the ones who are sitting there going, we told you that stuff sucked. And the people who invested in it, who are now butthurt and going like, it didn't work out the way I wanted it to, are sitting there going, why did I invest in it? And so I don't think these two segments here, I don't think paid it off.
No,
they didn't. I don't think they made it exciting enough for the next chapter. So yeah, just an absolute fumble of the ball all around. And as we said, from all reports, it seems to be because of Vince McMahon. However, there is good news. There is good news, Nick. Your body double, Ivar, is back. The Viking Raiders are back. They returned the one return that we had on this Raw after WrestleMania. They returned to face Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin, who to credit where credit's due, this was actually made to be a fairly competitive match. But ultimately, the Viking Raiders, Ivar ran wild. They reminded us what the Viking Raiders are all about. They gave us the full. They gave us the full Viking experience.
Oh, hello.
And hello. And ultimately, Cedric and Shelton were shown to be losers once again. So good. Viking Raiders back. Yay, Ivar. Yay, Eric not being a jobber. Boo, Cedric and Shelton getting pushed even further down the card. More again, reports and rumors are that Vince is, quote, done with them. Which flames on the side of my face, fire flames. Oh, it's frustrating.
Jay Wolf threw in 100 bits, said, hey guys, cheers to you guys watching this show so I don't have to. My girls are allowed 2 hours of TV after homework. My girls usually watch Raw. They said it was so bad that they turned off Raw and watched AEW Elevation.
Yep.
You know what's good about that? They're seeing the next generation of up-and-comers. with Elevation.
They're becoming fans of people that they'll be seeing for years and years and years. Yeah, so no, I honestly, dude, it was a rough Raw, and we haven't even gotten into the bad stuff yet. We just touched on the surface. A lot of head scratching stuff still to come.
Thank you, Jay.
One of them,
let me do one more real quick. Kyle throwing 100
sure.
bits said, at some point we need a Nick Howell versus Michael Walter match in WWE. Can't be convinced these aren't you two. What?
You're more Ivar than Walter.
Yeah, Walter's got like a high and tight. That's a big boy.
He's a big boy. He's a big shaven bear. You're definitely unshaven, whatever you are.
I'm closer to Killian Dane than Walter.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Esme said this new
less
announcer
back
made
hair.
me feel like I was watching ESPN. Exactly, Esme. You missed the beginning of the show when we were doing 1950s announcer voices for Adnan Cook. True Light Spark Plugs. They're the spark plugs you want in your car, running every day. That keep you on the road 24/7. Jesus Christ.
Better at that than I am. Sparky the Spark Plug.
Yeah.
That's right. Later be called Hardcore Holly. Viking Raiders are back. Good. Tag team needs another team that's legitimate, especially on Monday Night Raw. Fantastic. Don't know what they're going to have to do with AJ and Omos. They are still face. So cool. On the other side of things, Cedric and Shelton look like they're heading towards jobber territory. That is bad. That is just bad. I really have nothing else to say besides that. Like, I'm disappointed that they're treating Shelton and Cedric this way. They're way too talented for this kind of treatment. Yeah. But, what should I expect?
Hopefully they get the hell out of WWE.
Speaking of tag team division, the New Day, they just lost their titles on Sunday to Saturday to Omos and AJ. And apparently Elias and Jackson Riker, are officially a tag team now as well. Riker taking one step closer to main eventing WrestleMania. And they're out in the ring, Riker and Elias out in the ring playing a song. Elias, every time he strums his guitar, though, strangely enough, trombone sound hits. He gets confused. He starts yelling at the sound guy. And, of course, the New Day come out to mess with them and say, ha, 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 you guys got beaten by one guy on Saturday. What losers? What kind of loser loses to one guy? And, of course, Elias and Riker in the ring going, Omos kicked both your asses, and you lost. What are you talking about? You strange, strange men who quote Adventure Time for no freaking reason. Xavier Woods. That was I dug the Adventure Time reference that he made. But anyway, the New Day was saying we need to defend the honor of the tag team division. And so they had a match. Yay. The New Day won. Yay. And that was that. A completely cold match. No real reason for it. They kind of built up something, and then that was it. This is the rest of the tag division right here.
Just treading water.
Just treading water. This was a whole bunch of sound and fury signifying nothing.
You've got the winningest tag team, one of the winningest, most dominant tag teams in WWE history, going against Riker and Elias, which is already, I don't want to call it an insult, but it's not far from it. I don't understand what in the world this was supposed to be. I am done with tag team wrestling in WWE. I've invested too much of my life and my heart. You guys know how much I love tag team wrestling. I am done giving a shit.
Nick's favorite things in wrestling, by the way. Tag teams, big sweaty men slapping sweaty meat.
Yes.
And Tony Storm. What else? Tony Storm.
Dick Heels and Suits. Yes.
Dick Heels and Suits. Yes. Yeah. You've got your list of things.
I do.
And tag teams are up there.
Not anymore.
Oh!
No, I mean, in WWE, like, I'm done.
Not in WWE.
I'm going to use AEW to get that fill from now on.
So, but okay, AJ and Omos are the tag champs. We now have an actual tag division going. No, hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out. We have an actual tag division now. We've got Jackson, Riker, and Elias. We've got Shelton and Cedric. We've got Retribution / Hurt Business / T-Bar and Mace. We've got the Viking Raiders back. That's a tag division. That's not a bad tag division. The disheartening thing is they're doing crap all with them. It's not the teams, Nick. It's the booking of the teams that's obnoxious. There's no story. There was no story for Viking Raiders and Cedric and Shelton. It was just the Viking Raiders are back. Shelton and Cedric are losers. New Day doesn't like Riker and Elias, and so they're going to go out and beat them to get their win back from losing to AJ and Amos. That was the story.
Yep.
And completely lazy creative.
That Chevy
That's
said
the
you have Ricochet and Drew Gulak in catering.
Yeah, well, you have a lot of guys.
Two
in
of
catering.
the most talented mat men in the world.
At least Gulak is being used for training. Like he's training people. He's producing matches. Like they're using him in a backstage capacity. So I'm not entirely mad at him not having more of a out front responsibility. But there's a lot of guys back there who are working main event, who are goons getting tossed out in the Andre the Giant Battle Royale, who are world class, should be top of the card wrestlers.
Yeah.
And of any time, that's not something that's new with WWE.
No.
It's just particularly egregious right now. When you can't find a way to make money with Andrade, Aleister Black, Ricochet, people like that, the problem is not them. The problem is you. Same thing with Cedric and Shelton. So, and Nick, another thing that was incomprehensible. Miz TV, now with more Maurice and more sniping at John Morrison. We have a
I'm
Miz
not
TV
entirely
segment.
mad at.
No, there was some interesting stuff there. I'm not mad at their shows having a new season coming out. They're out to promote Miz and Maurice, or Miz and Mrs. Them kind of having fun with John Morrison playing like the third wheel when Miz is around. That's fun. It's funny. I'm not mad at that idea. And going forward, if there's more like Morrison kind of feeling like the awkward dude hanging out with the couple, like that's funny to me.
Yeah.
It would actually be also cool if Frankie just tears through NXT and comes up within the next 6 months, and you've got Morrison and Taya Valkyrie / Frankie Monet, I guess her name is.
Frankie Monet,
and then Miz and Maurice, and you have like a faction of 4, 2 couples.
Or they end
up
pitting against each other somehow.
Or you turn Morrison face and do something with another guy who should be top of your card and you're maybe making more money with, and not doing things like beating Damian Priest on the first Raw after he had a massive, massive match with Bad Bunny. I don't care. The Priest comes out, interrupts Miz TV, talks smack to them. They say, hey, 2-on-1 match. He goes, sure, why not? Gets in the ring. He dominates for most of the match, kicks the crap out of Miz and Morrison. Miz was still in his shirt and pants. Priest rips his clothes off. Miz has his pants around his ankles. Maurice distracts Damian Priest, and Miz rolls him up, puts his feet on the top rope to get the pin. Like every possible like skullduggerous heel thing to get the pin, but it's still Damian Priest's first loss on the main roster. Nick, I can think of one reason and one reason only why they would do this, but why do you think they did this to Damian Priest?
I honestly have no justification. I can't think of any way this is a good outcome for any of these folks.
The one reason I could think why they would want to have Priest just get a quick loss and be somewhat protected. It's still terrible, but let's call a spade a spade. It's terrible, brain dead booking.
Yep.
To do this to him immediately after having that big star making moment. Anyone who was like a fan of his in that match, who was like, hey, I haven't watched wrestling in a while. I'll tune in because of Bad Bunny. Damian Priest guy's pretty cool. I'll see what he does on Monday Night Raw. And they tune into
Gets rolled up by a dude in his underwear.
They're gone. They're right back out the door. The only logic that I could think of why they would do this is that Priest was undefeated, and this is a way to just kind of quietly sweep that under the rug. You don't have to deal with an undefeated streak and people talking about that, and then having the issue of how do you beat him, right? That was the thing with Keith Lee. They did the exact same thing. They had Keith Lee pinned in a Miz and Morrison 2-on-1 because you get away from having the winless streak, and people
they don't care about wins
possibly
and
having
losses in WWE.
But that's the problem is they don't, but they know that fans do, and that buzz starts about he's undefeated. Who's going to beat him? The anticipation and the expectation comes out.
So Miz
then.
and Morrison are going to beat him in slacks?
Think about this.
They're not even in gear.
We're mad at him getting beaten here. Imagine how mad we'd be if in 2 months he's still undefeated and then they do this. or they find some other like silly way to like pseudo protect him, but he still eats a pin, right? Triple threat, and he like Randy Orton, right, where he was defenseless and eats a Claymore while he's given a pin, and then that's going to be a bigger thing. It's Nick, I'm grasping at straws here, but it's the only thing I can think why you would pin him in this way is just to get it out of the way, right? That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah.
Listen, I thought it was bullshit, but
Mr. Priest, thank you for joining us on the show. So you were not a fan of this
one because I'm still pissed off, but okay.
I'd imagine so. It's not every day you see a guy get pinned by a dude in his underwear.
And you know what the funny thing was? The thing that really pissed me off, they spent so much time. They even replayed the whole Bad Bunny thing where he was leaving and Triple H gave him the scald butt plug thing and he rode off on the truck, and they even replayed that. They didn't do anything with me. I had to come out and really talk shit to Miz and Morrison. But Bunny gets all the press. Congratulations, Bad Bunny, on your amazing WrestleMania match. You sound a little irritated today.
Mr. Priest, calm down. You're a little agitated. I can understand why. This was.
Did you see what they did to me last night?
I did, Mr. Priest.
I got rolled up by Miz with his pants around his ankles.
Okay, Mr. Priest, just take a couple of deep breaths here. We're very sorry for your loss. We understand. But Nick and I are on your side here. You have to understand. Just please don't get too fired up. I'm kind of scared of what you're capable of when you're upset. I've seen what you can do.
Oh, they have no idea what's coming. Mark my words. They have not seen anything of Damian Priest.
Well, we will take that as hopefully a prophetic statement from you, Mr. Priest. Thank you for joining us on our show today, and go drink some champagne. Calm down.
Oh, and Miz.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, I wasn't expecting him to show up. Wow,
he's fired up.
I bet he was. I thought he was a little too pissed off. But damn,
he's fired up today. I don't blame him. I thought I was pissed off. Yeah. He's more pissed off than I am.
Yeah, Priest is not happy. Neither am I, frankly.
I feel better now. I feel better.
It was a little cathartic, wasn't it?
That was kind of cathartic. I gotta have Priest yell at Miz and Morrison more often. That felt pretty good.
Jay Wolf threw in 100 bits. Thank you, sir. Said, how many times does WWE build a great tag division only to either job them out to singles wrestlers or break them up and dismantle them?
They haven't not done it yet.
Endlessly.
it's just the
infinity times infinity. You just described tag team wrestling in WWE for the last 20 years.
Exactly.
Thank you, Jay. Kyle Cotton threw in 100 bits. Said, I'm not necessarily mad at the result of Priest losing here, thanks to the addition of Maurice, especially if he is still kind of butthurt and can't feud with Sheamus yet. But don't have him lose to Miz and Morrison in street clothes.
Yeah.
At a bare minimum, them in gear. Also, imagine Bad Bunny fans seeing this now.
That's the point, and that's exactly the point you made a second ago, Ian. Fans that were either they weren't that into it or anything, they hear Bad Bunny's on WrestleMania. Oh my God, I got to go see. Maybe he'll be on Monday Night Raw, and he got that little. They replayed his spot with Triple H where he rode off in the sunset, whatever. After the, and here comes Damian Priest to fight two guys in slacks and Gucci slippers. And he loses. And this is the thing is now this may pay off. Obviously, Damian Priest is going to win this feud. It's still going. He's going to end up, on top and probably looking like a star down the road. But in the short term, this was a bad idea to do right after WrestleMania.
You could have waited a couple of weeks and gotten this out of the way.
Yeah. Have him look good again coming out on this show, and then do this in a week or two. If that's their logic to just get it out of the way, I understand. But don't do it right away, right after the big match. They always talk about momentum in WWE, and they seem to have no idea what it means.
Yeah.
And that's they either think momentum is something that they can just start and stop whenever they want, or they think momentum is driving a joke into the ground. And they love to see Mandy Rose fall. They love people doing pratfalls in WWE, don't they? Well, Titus O'Neil has just now barely come out from falling on the ramp in Saudi Arabia. That's only because he's a Warrior Award winner. Mandy Rose fell on her butt in her tag match on Saturday night because it was rainy and wet, and that's what people do.
Have you seen the meme of it cut together where as soon as her butt hits, it cuts to Nia Jax yelling, "My hole"? Somebody did a super cut of Mandy Rose falling, and then it just lands right as Nia's hitting the A-ring apron. Oh, my hole!
I have some places in my brain I do like to keep somewhat sacrosanct, Nick. So no, I haven't seen that because I don't need that in my life.
I did not voluntarily seek it out. It was thrust upon me, and I had to make sure that everyone else suffered as much as I did. You're welcome.
Thanks, buddy. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them.
Yes.
I understand.
Yes.
Little Shakespeare for your day. But this was an ongoing joke on the show. Shayna and Nia were laughing about it, watching on the monitor backstage. Mandy says, "Yes, I know, tee-hee. Luckily, I thought it was funny, too. I can laugh at myself. Isn't it funny when things you don't expect happen?" And she just laid out Nia Jax. Shayna had already taken off. Her and Mandy just beat up Nia and then ran away like, two little squirrels. Nia just got up and was really mad. And then later on, we had Mandy Rose and Dana Brooke versus Nia and Shayna for the Women's Tag Team Championships, because apparently you didn't need to just win at WrestleMania in the match. You can just be given one on the night after WrestleMania. And then Nia, the idea of this match was Nia now is going to slip a little. She slips getting into the ring. Mandy and Dana. In the middle of the match, Nia tries to get up from the outside to the inside of the ring on the apron. She slips and falls. Mandy and Dana tickled pink, laughing. Oh, that's so. She fell too. Ha ha ha! How funny. Nia gets back in the ring. She's so mad. She scares Dana and Mandy out of the ring, and they never return. They run up the ramp because they're too scared of Nia, and they get counted out. Nick, I'm going to need you to explain to me what the hell kind of booking that is where people will take a count out because they're scared of one member of a tag team. What in the absolute, I don't have a beep button, but what in the absolute was that? I've used up all my F-bombs. I can't use it. I would use it on this.
Oh.
I can't. What the hell was that?
Well, if we're going to call this a slipping gimmick, it actually started, well, I guess it started with Mandy coming down the ramp, but Dana picked up the mantle because something kept slipping the rest of the match this weekend. I don't know what this was supposed to be. What am I supposed to take away from this? Again, we continue to orbit around Nia and Shayna, even though Shayna really wasn't there. We continue, right. we can, and where is this? Shayna, you're supposed to be pairing. Is this? Let me back up a step.
Okay.
Is this pairing of Nia Jax supposed to benefit Shayna Baszler or Nia Jax? Because I thought Shayna Baszler was the hot, up-and-coming, barely defeated NXT Women's Champion. Nia Jax was barely on the show for a few months.
And she hasn't been that for a year.
I understand that. But now you've gotten to the point where you're not even playing Shayna's music anymore. It's all Nia all the time. And I'm terrified. And now Shayna's not even on the show representing the tag team. And Nia is in there, even without Shayna, scaring off two of the actual bodybuilding women, legit bodybuilders in the women's division.
Strong chicks.
Sexy muscle friends.
And this is the thing. I don't know if this finish was more insulting to the performers or to the division as a whole. Because how worthwhile are those tag belts if you'll take a count-out victory? This was the most head-scratching, mind-numbing booking on the entire show. A show which had a lot of booking that left lots to be desired. And the thing about the show that was the worst thing was it was boring.
There were no returns. There were no surprise call-ups.
Viking Raiders returned, but at the same time, even that was cool. You're coming back into a tag division that, as you said, Nick, is an apocalypse right now. But yeah, no call-ups, no nothing. This was as unexciting a Raw after WrestleMania as you can get. Kyle was pointing out earlier the one last year wasn't great either. It was in the middle of a pandemic and they were figuring out what they were going to do. I'll give them a pass. No excuse for this one.
No.
It felt half-assed. It felt like they didn't have any idea how to move forward. It didn't feel like they had any plans after WrestleMania. It felt thrown together at the last minute. It felt like some things were done just arbitrarily.
You've got a new Raw Women's Champion who had a great segment or a bit of a segment with Charlotte and all of that, and a match with Asuka. Fine. But you also have new champions across the board. and I didn't see like the parade of coronation throughout the night. It was just kind of a bunch of thrown together crap. Like after WrestleMania, I want to see a celebration of what we just spent 2 nights watching. I just spent an entire weekend with you, WWE, much less a week, and I was Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night, and this is all building up to what you were going to kick off into this new season, whatever you want to call it. We got a little bit of we got to look at Rhea. Charlotte's back. Cool. Viking Raiders are back. Where were AJ and Omos? Where were they out going?
Where was Sheamus?
Where's Sheamus with his shiny new United States Championship? No, we're going to do a bunch of stuff with ex-Retribution members and Cedric and Sheldon, who are basically getting kicked out.
Yeah, they're on
whatever
the
hell this was
train
with Nia and Mandy. Like, I'm sorry. You're not the only. I've gotten more salty as we've gone through this show.
Yeah. Oh, I started with the salt and I just kept pouring it out. So now I'm finally feeling like a little bit like I vented. But let me look at this. The things that I didn't like about the show. Riddle getting jobbed out to Lashley. Jobbed out is a word I hate to use, but it's kind of what it was. Like, he was just there to make Lashley look like a beast. Drew McIntyre going back for a rematch at Lashley at the next pay-per-view. It's too soon. Randy Orton now all of a sudden just, he's back and just hanging out in the main title picture with no other direction. Is he going away? Is he not? Who knows? Adnan Virk's voice. Rhea and Asuka having a freaking WrestleMania rematch, and then it's a DQ finish. Alexa Bliss and Bray Wyatt, coming out of WrestleMania and just not having any momentum, and the story not being engaging enough to keep it to validate anything that they did at WrestleMania. Cedric and Shelton getting jobbed out to Viking Raiders. Yes, I know they had a competitive match, but it is what it is. As you say, they're being shown the catering door right now. New Day and Riker and Elias having a match for absolutely no reason with no stakes. Miz and Morrison beat Damian Priest in Miz's underwear. Nia and Shayna and Mandy and Dana, and Mandy and Dana take all the slipping jokes, and then Mandy and Dana take a count out loss because they're scared of Nia. And Reginald was nowhere to be seen. Is Reginald now no longer a thing? Like, this show had so much lazy, brain dead, non-existent creative that just was frustratingly awful to watch. That being said, Nick, before I get wound up again, I know we're both wound up about this. I want to look on the bright side.
There's NXT to watch tonight?
No, on Raw.
Oh.
I don't like leaving things in that kind of negative space.
Yeah, I agree.
And our moment of positivity today is going to be for the whole weekend, and both of us are going to do something from WrestleMania. I don't want to leave our discussion of Raw on a negative note. We make fun of Adnan Virk's voice. The dude's got a lot of potential. Yeah. I'm looking forward to him, to him realizing that potential. The match between Lashley and Riddle was actually a pretty good match. Drew McIntyre as the next opponent for Lashley could be good if it becomes a long-term feud, and the insertion of the Retribution guys could be good if they tweak that. Like, there's some potential there. Rhea and Asuka and Charlotte is a good feud. That'll be a good match. And Rhea and Charlotte having a story is a good thing. Charlotte being a heel is a good thing. She gave a great promo. Alexa and Bray, it's an interesting twist. It could go places. We're all still frustrated because of that match and the ending and just the awful way it made us feel. It may re-engage us. There's still a lot of interesting creative going on there.
I'm now on the lookout for whenever Randy comes out in white trunks.
Right. Yeah. Makes you wonder. New Day is entertaining as always. There were good things on this show. Damian Priest, now we don't have to worry about his win-loss record anymore. We can just be entertained by him having a feud with Miz and Morrison and him beating the crap out of them. Miz and Morrison were funny, as they always are. And frankly, you know what? I'll even say this. Nia's reactions, her facials to a lot of the stuff that went on in their segments, they were funny. I cracked up at a couple of them. But overall, a bad Raw, but there were still good things there. There were still things that give me hope for things going forward, Nick.
Yeah.
I am skeptically optimistic still. Emphasis on the optimistic.
You almost have to be in our position, don't you? I'm not. You laugh. I'm not kidding. It's to continue to do what we do. You have to maintain this. Maybe they'll pull it out next week. Kind of vibe and mentality. And you're right. There were a lot of seeds planted here potentially.
Yeah,
but I need some execution.
Well, and that's
I'm tired of eating. I'm tired of eating seeds. I want some plant. I want some food.
Yep.
Right.
These
Feed
seeds
me.
better sprout.
You
Grow them into wheat. Make them into bread. Make me a sandwich. WWE.
Give me something to invest in.
Come on.
I just want something to believe in.
Yep.
Oh, well, there's Raw, ladies and gentlemen. And that's not where we're closing out because we've still yet to do what we like to call our moment of positivity. Oh, I got to change that 1 second. Oh, there we go. Mop, 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 mop.
The mop, the moment of positivity, something that we desperately need today after such a bitchy show. It is the time on the show where we think back over the last few days of wrestling since we had our last show, and we find something positive, something that made us happy, something that brought us joy, something that the reason we watch wrestling is to get something wonderful out of it. What was that? The most wonderful thing that we saw in the last few days. Nick, let's leave the show on a high note. What was your moment of positivity?
Beating Going in Raw for the third year in a row.
Oh, dude. Undefeated streak. You talk about an undefeated streak. We'll discuss that.
I got two of those. I think you got
show.
Last year's, right?
I got last year's. Yeah.
Just all jokes aside. Again, we say this almost seemingly every year where the builds are not that good, but the shows deliver. The shows deliver solid matches across the entire card. I was not disappointed, really, in any of the matches over the course of 2 nights of WrestleMania.
I was disappointed in a couple of them, but to your point, on the level, like you look
on
at
Kyle's
that
bell curve,
WrestleMania, sure, on the bell curve, that was a solid WrestleMania. For the builds they had for some of those matches, that was pretty close to a miracle.
Yeah.
For some of those. So yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. What about you, Surrey Dangerous? What was yours?
You kind of stole something close to the concept that I had, which was WrestleMania was actually pretty good despite the builds. So I'm gonna say one thing that was probably the craziest moment for me all weekend. And this is something I didn't even really realize until I was in the bar yesterday, talking with some other people that are wrestling fans. With our boy Josh. I don't even know if he's listening right now. Josh, if you're out there, what's up, dude? And one of the things we said was...
Josh Barnett was there?
No, not Josh Barnett. No, Josh Tenzer.
Oh, okay.
No. I haven't seen Barnett in a minute. He's off beating Moxley's ass over in Florida right now. So... what we were saying was, isn't it insane that of all of the matches this weekend, probably one of the most entertaining, fun, cathartic ones was the Bad Bunny match? Like, I've got to give mad props to Bad Bunny. They weren't reinventing the wheel, but that dude obviously put in some serious work.
Very
in a field that is not his. It's, he came in and he did not want to embarrass the business, and he did not want to embarrass himself. And he was probably bringing in a bunch of people who may have known about wrestling but may not have a lot of experience with it. And he didn't want them to see it and go, this is stupid. He wanted them to see it and go, damn, Bad Bunny can throw down.
I've heard nothing over the last 48 hours that wasn't praise for Bad Bunny's performance at WrestleMania.
Because there's nothing really that you can come down on him
from the entrance being probably the biggest, most epic entrance of a WrestleMania in recent years.
This year.
I don't remember a big one last year because I'm pandemic, obviously.
Well,
and the biggest one before that, big entrance into an empty performance center, right? I mean, what are you going to do? Charlotte Flair flew in on a helicopter. I'm not even sure that was WrestleMania. That wasn't WrestleMania. That was another one. But I'm trying to think of big WrestleMania entrances like that. I mean, Becky Lynch drove up last year. Actually, she drive in her rig.
She came up in a Mack truck. Yeah.
Yeah. Which, how cool would that have been if that had been Becky Lynch driving him into the ring and she got out of the truck? That place would have gone nuclear.
If it's Becky Lynch driving it, is it a Mack truck or a McTruck? I'm just curious. But anyway, no, my moment of positivity, you're right over there. My moment of positivity is that we had a celebrity who came in and did the work and, went from being a good guy who I'd heard the name, I'd seen him in a Corona commercial, I saw him at the Super Bowl, was aware of him, but didn't really I don't listen to
I had no idea who it was.
It's
not
very
my
little
jam.
And you know what? I love it when someone pleasantly surprises me.
Yeah.
I love it when someone goes from me not knowing who they are and not really caring to engage in what they do, even though they may be the top of that. And then they come and they do something that genuinely impresses me. It makes me think higher of them and makes me more invested in what they do outside of this. Bad Bunny did that to me.
Yeah.
I am now officially a Bad Bunny fan, and that is a really awesome thing when I think about it. I love it when something like that. That is the definition of a positive thing, is when I go from either just not caring about someone or not knowing about them to caring about them and being a fan of theirs.
Yep.
I wish that could be the way for everything, but of course it's life and everything has to have contrast. But yeah, I'm now a Bad Bunny fan. That is my moment of positivity.
Nice.
So there you go.
Let's see. Catching up over here, Kyle threw in 100 bits, said, if you're going to do this, talking about the women's match, if you're going to do this slip angle to try and give the faces some light, have it happen when she's about to run out of time on the 10 count. Then you have the faces get a win, and this actually serves some sort of story point. Dana and Mandy running away just makes everyone look bad. Agreed.
I think if she had slipped on the 10 count and that had been the finish, I agree. That would have been the one slip that actually made it. There have been so many slips up until that point where we go, okay, it's all about the slips. We're rolling our eyes at it just being all about the slips. But that's the one that would have been oh, okay, it's the punchline. They didn't give us the punchline. They just kept telling us a long joke that didn't have an end. It was a Shaggy Dog joke.
This is the song that never ends.
Yeah.
It goes on and on, my friend.
99 Mandy slipping on the ramp. 99 Mandy slipping. Take one down. She falls down. 98 Mandy slipping on the ramp.
Yeah. Kyle threw in another 100 bits, said, you guys are more positive than others because some wrestling podcasts have just decided to stop covering the weekly shows. And my mop is all of this week's NXT. Watch it and you'll know I'm happy crying. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I can't wait. Thank you, Kyle. Esme threw in 100 bits, said, suck it going in Raw. BWO for life. Congrats, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, love. Thank you, darling.
Guys, we're going to take a quick break, quick little bio refill the drinks for about 10 minutes. We'll call it. We'll come back at quarter till right after we do the outros here and we get out of this one. But it's time for the AMA patron mailbag show for this week. We're not slipping. We're right back to business. So if you haven't gotten them in yet, patrons, make sure you jump over there, drop your question in for us.
Quick.
We'll be back at quarter till here in about 10 minutes or so. As soon as we do the outros. But linktree.com/BWO is the place to be. Make sure you go over there, like, share, subscribe. All of our little links that are in there. Subscribe on YouTube. Get into the Discord for fun, lively chats for every live show throughout the week and pay-per-views. All kinds of good stuff, plus tech and gaming and all kinds of stuff in that community as well. You'll have a good time, I promise. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, socials. Thank you for everybody here for all the bits and subs tonight on Twitch.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube and Facebook. What's up, guys? We see you out there. You guys can throw your super chats into. Yes, the patron mailbag will be here as well. But again, we'll be taking a quick little 10-minute break with some music for you guys to listen to. Some good elevator music, if you know what I'm saying. The good stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. But until then, my name is Nick Howell. You can find me on Twitter at DataCenterDude.
I am Sir Ian Dangerous. You can find me on Twitter at Sir Ian Dangerous.
But by God,
would somebody stop the damn match?
This show is part of the Orbital Jigsaw Network. For more episodes, subscribe to us on iTunes, Google Play, or Stitcher Radio. For details and show notes from each episode, check us out, orbitaljigsaw.com.
This is the limitless Keith Lee.
This is Brody King.
This is Angel Garza.
Will Ospreay.
Hornswoggle.
Pentagon Junior.
The villain, Marty Skell.
The Mexican Rey Fenix.
King Ricochet.
Concrete Rose, Sunny Kiss.
And I'm here to ask you to stop what you're doing. Take just one moment and bask in the glory of the busted wide open.
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 Boston wide open.
Busted wide open podcast.
You're listening to the Busted Wide Open podcast, dropping the elbow on the hottest topics in sports entertainment and the world of professional wrestling. With your hosts, Nick Howell and Sir Ian Dangerous. Coming to you from the Orbital Jigsaw Network Arena in sunny Southern California. Welcome, everybody, to BWO Live, coming to you from across the BWO universe, spanning Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. This is our patron mailbag. Let me rephrase that. This is your patron mailbag, episode number 77. My name is Nick Howell.
And I am Sir Ian Dangerous. And yes, it is the show where we answer your questions. You just head on over to patreon.com/BWO, sign up for one of our lovely reward tiers. And one of the things you get is the ability to ask questions on this here very show, which we will then answer on this here very show. It's pretty simple. It's AMA. It's Ask Us Anything. We'll talk about anything on this show. Obviously, we're a wrestling show first and foremost, so they tend to be wrestling questions, but they don't have to be. They can be whatever you want. We'll talk about pretty much anything because Nick and I like to talk. And yeah, it's a fun time. We enjoy it very much, and we thank you guys for submitting your questions every week and for listening to the show in general. But Nick, I'm very excited because this is our big one after WrestleMania. I have a feeling there's going to be some interesting topics to discuss. Today. I smell it in the air. I smell it in the water.
Bit of a taste in the wind. Yeah.
Yeah. It's out there. There's people I'm pretty sure to have topics of conversation that we're gonna have a nice big juicy bite out of. So what do we have on our plate today?
Indeed. Well, kicking things off, our winner of our picks for the WrestleMania 37 segment of our Grand Championship this weekend, Mr. Chris White, also a former BWO Patron Pick'ems champion. It says, who is your favorite WWE superstar of all time, and who do you wish they wrestled in a big-time match but never did? Thanks for all the countless hours of hard work you two go through to entertain us. You are appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, champ.
My favorite WWE superstar of all time? You gonna make me choose between my children?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's a gun to the head question. What's my favorite WWE? Do you have someone you can point to and be like, they're my favorite of all time?
Yeah, but they've fought all their dream opponents for them. The Rock is
really?
obviously I'm very close. Rock and Stone Cold. Like I can't choose between the two of them. They're both great for the same reasons. And they fought each other countless times. Three WrestleManias. I just, how do I pick? Stone Cold and Bret Hart have fought each other. Like, I'm trying to think of who hasn't fought. Shawn Michaels and Undertaker have fought each other multiple times. Like, our favorite.
So wait. Who's your favorite wrestler though?
My
The Rock?
favorite wrestler?
Favorite WWE superstar? That's exact. See, okay. Now, did you just understand that now? Is your favorite WWE superstar? Like, that's a tough question.
I understand. That's what I was saying about The Rock and Stone Cold. Like,
is Stone Cold a little bit higher than The Rock? Because Stone Cold left a lot on the table.
No.
Yeah, he did.
No, I mean, The Rock is higher for me.
Oh, The Rock is higher. The Rock left a lot on the table, too.
Yeah.
A lot of dudes Rock hasn't fought. Who'd be your number one in a big-time match?
Did he ever get Shamrock got a hold of him, didn't he?
Oh yeah, of course.
They had matches.
That's how Rock got over, was having the match with Shamrock. He had a match with Shamrock where they were supposed to be getting Shamrock over, and The Rock actually got over instead. Like, that was one of Rocky's first big matches was against Shamrock. I mean, hey, let's be crazy. It doesn't even have to be from that generation. Like The Rock versus Roman Reigns. That could still happen. Is that a dream match? The Rock versus Daniel Bryan. The Rock versus Ric Flair in a big time match. The Rock versus Harley Race. Like, who would be amazing to see The Rock with?
All living
time.
or dead, all time?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Go nuts. Go nuts. The number one.
Okay. Jesus.
The Rock versus the George the Animal Steel.
No. Who are some of the other...
King Kong Bundy.
I think we even got to see Boss Man.
Yeah, well, Boss Man and Rock, definitely.
Rock.
That wouldn't be that big of a match. That's just
No.
Boss Man. That's just Boss Man. Come on.
Yeah, I'm stuck, man. I'm absolutely
Really?
drawing a blank of who hasn't he faced.
He hasn't faced a lot of people.
No, I mean, sure, the past generation, but I don't know if The Rock would fit. Like, I would love to see Rock in late 80s NWA cutting some of those promos with Shivani at the table.
Oh, Jesus. Yes.
Can you imagine top tier Rock in 99, 2000?
You know what? There's no way it will ever happen, but if they brought Rock back.
You know what, Tony Schiavone? The Rock said, I can just,
NWA
that's what I
Power.
see.
NWA Power, which basically has the same exact format.
Yeah.
Imagine if Rock just got a wild hair up his ass and was like, The Rock's going to go down to NWA Power and cut a promo.
On Nick Aldis. He challenges Nick Aldis for the
Jesus.
NWA. There you go. The Rock versus Nick Aldis for the NWA Championship.
All right. You know what? The only reason, because that sounds so weird and bizarre and a conflict of styles, and I don't think it would be that good of a match. But The Rock cutting the promos leading up to it, you have me. You got me on that. The Rock going and doing that NWA style. Yes, I'll give you that. For me, it's okay. So I've decided to, Nick, instead of taking I'm just going to take the guy who I was the biggest fan of at the time in my life where wrestling was like everything. Not that it's not everything now, but I feel like now it's a lot more considered. Like we kind of analyze everything a lot more. The time when I just sat back and was just entertained the most. And of course that's the Attitude Era because we're old bastards. Mick Foley, Mankind.
I figured you were going to say that.
Yeah, it's right there, for God's sake.
Yeah, the Kurt Angle one?
No, the Kurt Angle one's so the Kurt Angle one that Steve from Going in Raw got me, you mean? The one over here where he hasn't made out to Shop Zone because F you, Steve.
Shop Zone, the only place to get your autographed pictures of Kurt Angle.
Jesus Christ. That was a good rib. But I'm gonna say Mick Foley. And as far as guys who I'd love to see him face, I'm pretty spoiled for choice. I'd love to see Cactus Jack versus John Moxley, for example.
Oh, yes.
Right? Or just any of these hardcore, dude, Cactus Jack in his prime, ECW era, or even WCW era, Cactus Jack versus Nick Gage, at the time when Mick was willing to go to Japan and get blown up, with Terry Funk, have that guy versus Nick Gage in a CZW Tournament of Death, and take my money. In fact, you know what? Put Cactus Jack in a CZW Tournament of Death with Nick Gage, John Moxley. Let's throw Zandig in there just to have a little goof. Just go fuck wild. And then Terry Funk, screw it. Terry Funk comes out of retirement. He goes in there with no knees, and he's in there too. Let's have some fun with this.
You just blew mine away. Good. I want to watch yours more than mine now.
I thought you might.
Hey, I have to call out a super chat over on YouTube. Daniel Ante, new viewer. Thank you very much, Daniel, with 19.99 pounds. All the way from Great Britain. Good to see you across the pond. Thank you very much, Daniel. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the show. Glad you found us. Thanks for the sub, too. If you had a question you want to just answer, you want to throw it in the chat there, Daniel, I'll definitely read that one out for you.
Also in that Tournament of Death, G-Raver and Necro Butcher in their primes.
Oh, yeah. You got to have Necro Butcher in there.
Gotta have Necro in there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good... Oh, God. I want to watch that
that
match
match
now.
sounds really good.
Yes. Put it in my freaking eye hole. There you go, Chris. He also says thanks for the countless hours. I read that already. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chris. Your prize pack will be on the way later this week.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Thank you very much for kicking us off, and congrats on your victory there at WrestleMania. Next up, the Mop Man himself, Mr. Sean Clark, with a positive message as always. Says, "Hello, gentlemen and phenomenal ones. I spent a lot of time encouraging you to believe in yourself, and it's not stopping because the critics of the world are never quiet, so I can't either. Life's tough. You are tougher. Time to start believing it." Man, the Mop Man, just absolutely there. He goes on to say, Vince McMahon, for how he's handled Bray Wyatt time and time again. Vince doesn't deserve the creative that he's been gifted to him through 2 characters. I'd love to see Bray in AEW just for the creative freedom.
Sean just Jekyll and Hyde at us.
Full switch.
He flipped on a dime.
Full switch. Even the Mop Man has his limits.
Oh, he reached his limit.
Even Mr. Moment of Positivity has
Love
his
yourself.
limits.
Sunshine and rainbows, pretty flowers and ponies dancing in a field. F. Vince McMahon. Amazing.
You see what you've started? He had to get his into.
Oh, I don't blame him.
If you guys aren't sure what we're referring to, go check out the Night 2 recap show from WrestleMania.
Oh, I lost my mind.
Oh, boy. Ian used up all of his F-bombs for the year.
Used all my F-bombs for the year. Damn it.
He says, I know everybody doesn't just go to AEW, but are there particular guys or gals you would like to see go? Much love. Thank you, Sean.
The entire cast of Main Event, basically everyone, go look at the armbar from last week's SmackDown.
Yep.
Everybody in that match except Baron Corbin and Jey Uso. Even Jey Uso. You know what? Send Jey Uso to AEW. He'd be great over there too. He's just doing better in WWE. Everybody in that match.
Yeah.
I would, and of course Aleister Black, who I'm convinced at this point he's sitting out his contract.
Yeah.
He's just quietly going to sit it out.
He's just got to be done. Like, he's just got to be so upset.
And I wouldn't blame him.
Nope.
I would not blame him if he were.
No.
Let's see. So Cedric Alexander, Shelton Benjamin, Dijak, Mace, Slapjack, all of Retribution.
Yeah.
Mustafa Ali, Akira Tozawa, Drew Gulak, Tucker, Eric the Viking, Kalisto, Angel Garza, Murphy, Buddy Murphy, Ricochet, Shinsuke Nakamura, Lindsay Dorado, Grand Metalik, Humberto Carrillo, and then you've got Jackson Riker, Elias, Baron Corbin, and Jey Uso. They can all stay in WWE, but everybody else to AEW, please.
Yeah. Yep.
That's my answer.
That's your list. You got everybody. Like, everybody that's not on the main roster or not on the show that has a program going. I mean, I would absolutely love to see Ricochet and Darby Allin for the TNT Championship. Why is that not allowed to be a thing?
Oh, my nipples are so hard right now.
I mean, why can we not have face Ricochet go over and mess with Will Ospreay some more? If we can have Hideo Itami, Kenta be able to go back and have the year that he's had over the last year.
There's a tale of 2 careers, Will Ospreay and Ricochet.
Right.
You know, starting from Best of Super Juniors in whatever it was, 2016, I think.
16, yeah.
Till now.
He won. So Ricochet going to PWG, winning the Battle of Los Angeles twice.
Lucha Underground champion twice.
Yep. Prince Puma stuff, and then coming to NXT. I mean, he's
North
had
American
a ride
champ,
for the last 5 years.
And then gets to main roster and Will Ospreay, multiple time junior heavyweight champion, now the heavyweight champion in New Japan. Tale of 2 careers right there.
Wow.
Sad.
And all of that's happened in the span of 5 years. That's what's mind-blowing to me.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, if you really look at it, a lot has happened in 5 years. Like, you look at the roster on WWE and where everyone was 5 years ago. It's insane to see the ride most people have been on.
Yeah, Roman Reigns especially.
Him as well.
Yep.
You know, look at Dean Ambrose 5 years ago and the goofy haircut he had.
Yep.
As opposed to now. So,
hey, I wanted to call out the super chat question from Daniel over there. Thanks again for the $20 in the super chat, man.
Thank you, dude. Thank you.
He said, all right, here's a question. Who is a grossly underrated superstar, either AEW or WWE, that deserves more attention or even a title?
Did you hear everyone I just say who was in the armbar?
Let me pull up my list here of
yeah.
I've got this documented. Basically, there's so much talent
most
back
of the
there.
roster. Yeah, I mean, we're going off about Ricochet. I'll throw that out there as a guy that, Nick, you and I obviously had high hopes for going to WWE. We specifically, on one of our bonus episodes, which you can listen to for the if you become a patron at $10 tier, we have two bonus episodes. One which was a few years ago, and we said, let's take the NXT roster.
Who will rise? Who will fall? I can't remember what we called it.
How high will they rise?
Yeah.
And it was basically, we took the entire NXT roster and said, what's their potential on the main roster?
Yeah.
And if you remember Ricochet, one of the things that we said, we're getting Dog Ziggler all worked up.
He doesn't like talking about this.
This is very traumatizing for him. We said, like, most realistic scenario for Ricochet is he gets to the upper mid card, maybe wins a U.S. title, Intercontinental title at the very, very best, and then, and most likely Vince will be like, he's a little flippy guy, and just not care about him. And look, that's exactly what happened. Yeah. And it's
amazing tragic how right we were on that show.
It's tragic that it was that predictable.
Yeah.
Aleister Black, he will be the top of the card if Vince gets his gimmick. Vince very demonstratively did not get his gimmick. And look where he is now.
So, Daniel, modified a little bit. What if we just eliminate all of that and talk about AEW specifically? Who is the grossly underrated superstar on AEW's roster right now that deserves more attention or a title?
Lance Archer, but I think that's what they're working towards anyway right now.
Yep. I hope they don't put. I mean, they're going to put him in a program with Sting. I
don't know what they're doing.
What's the end game there?
But that's been his program the entire time. Is what exactly are they doing with him?
Yeah.
That guy should be just print the money.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. Lance Archer for you. I'm gonna have to go. I've got high hopes for Ricky Starks. As a random, it's like Diet Rock right now. It's great value. The Rock right now with Ricky Starks. I want to see him. I like the way he works. I like the way he presents himself. His presence. He's got the look. He's got the mic skills, and he can work. Like he's got the package. I want to see him get a more prominent push as someone that can be a bigger superstar and a bigger persona. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime. It's all elite all the time right now at the top of the card.
Yeah, Team Taz is just not working out so great.
I love Max Caster too, Daniel. Thank you for calling that one out. It's huge potential and upside to Max Caster. He's still a little bit green in the ring, as we've seen in the last couple of weeks. But as absolute huge upside.
Sean Spears, Kyle just called out in the chat. Sean Spears is like the number one the entire time. It's like, what the hell are you doing?
Wasted talent, that guy. Thank you again very much, Daniel, for getting that one in. Guys, if you're watching anywhere and you'd like to throw one in, please do so. Let's see, Mr. Martin Welch, our two-time booby champ.
Call his shot.
Now grand booby. We have to call him the grand boob.
The grand boob?
The grand booby champ. The grand boobah.
The big booby.
Instead of grand poobah, grand boobah.
I mean, he's in Britain, so maybe we should call him the great booby.
Yeah, there we go.
The great booby.
He says, good day, gents, and hello, phenomenal guys, girls, and other sexy f***ers. I had a great time with the last week's wrestling. Raw was shocking. NXT kicked all kinds of arse. AEW was good. SmackDown I wasn't too keen on. Night 1 was great. Not so much night 2, but all in all, had a great time. I even got to watch some with my oldest son, who's been staying with us for 2 weeks. On top of that, this week, I'm off work and chilling out, so life is good. Nope, life is great.
Yes. Love to hear it, Martin.
Good to hear it, man. My question this week is there a video game from when you were a kid that you'd love to see remade with today's tech?
Ooh.
There's so many.
Well, this is tough because, like, from when I was a kid, they were all like side-scrolling 8 and 16-bit games. Super Metroid made into like a modern 2+D, you know what I mean, where they have like the.
Would you still want it to be a side-scroller or more of an open-world kind of?
That's what I was going to say, because they've made Metroid since then. But I mean, like, just that game remade. I'd love to see Super Metroid remade with today's graphics as a side scroller, because there's a lot of side scrollers that we've seen. I mean, Shadow Complex was one that really was like a Metroidvania, or that they really like put some, like, you know, horizontal depth into. You could see stuff in the background. You could shoot into the background. I don't know if you need to do that, but having the graphics to really like show all the detail work of the different environments, like, you know, that game started an entire genre of games.
Yeah.
To see that remastered with modern graphics would be unbelievable. Like kind of like what they've been doing with Oddworld, where they've really like made the Oddworld graphics totally modern. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Do that with Super Metroid. The other one, it's not from when I was a kid, but it's definitely like from when I was young, that I played the absolute crap out of, and they released a high def version of it, but the graphics are still pretty clunky. But it's such an incredible game. Like and maybe like some tweaking to make the controls feel more modern, like kind of what they did with Doom. Turok: Seeds of Evil, the Turok 2, the sequel to the Turok game. That game, if you pumped up the graphics and, like I said, kind of like modernized the controls, actually kind of what they did with Demon Souls, where they made it feel more like a modern generation game.
Yeah.
That game, the level layout, the design, the variety of weapons, the atmosphere, the vibe, like that game kicks all kinds of ass. I'd love to see that one proper remade. What about you, dude?
The one that I've actually had conversations with people about this one and what it would take. The original's Legend of Zelda. I would love to see that instead of being a top-down overhead RPG. I would love for that to be brought down to ground level and be a sort of over-the-shoulder game. Use the Wind Waker engine. Use the newer game engine from the newer Zelda games that are coming out for Switch.
Or would you do Wind Waker, or would you do
whatever the newest one is?
Breath of the Wild.
I haven't played them, unfortunately. Breath of the Wild. Thank you. I don't have a Switch.
I'll be honest with you. If you want the OG Legend of Zelda remade over the shoulder, just go play Breath of the Wild. It's what you're looking for.
No, but I mean, I love the game and the story, but I want the nostalgia there. Like I want to go through. I want the level maps and everything to be the exact same.
I got you.
Let's just take the same game and put it into the Breath of the Wild engine and layout and graphics and everything, textures and things like that. But make the first game in that style. That's one I would, because I have lost count of how many playthroughs I've done of the original Legend of Zelda. I thought it was. I think it's one of the best games ever made. And follow-ons from that, you had like Dragon's Quest and King's Quest and Space Quest. I'll throw Leisure Suit Larry in there. You know, just those were mostly like PC games that you had to swap discs on.
Leisure Suit Larry,
Leisure Suit Larry was a blast.
They could not get away with Leisure Suit Larry these days, man.
There's my age a little bit there, but
it was questionable in the day.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nowadays, there's no way in hell.
Oh yeah.
I get away with that. Good Lord.
Kyle threw in 100 bits, said Rock and HBK, even though we know why that never happened.
Yeah. Right.
Why did that never happen?
Well, because HBK got injured and went out. He didn't before Rock got really big, and then by the time he came back, Rock was gone.
Gotcha.
So
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing.
There was some politicking before that, but I always felt that was irrelevant because Rock wasn't a big enough deal by the time Shawn left. Like Shawn left
right
after 14 was the first
Hell in a Cell Undertaker or
no, this was Stone Cold beating Michaels. I think it was 14.
14.
And by that point Rock wasn't a big deal yet.
No.
He wasn't a big deal for another year or so. So, yeah, it's just it didn't time out right.
Kyle threw another 100 bits in, said, speaking of Metroid update, I want a Symphony of Night game like the recent Castlevania Lords of Shadows. So
I'd do that.
That was an interesting experiment, the Castlevania thing.
I heard that they were going to remaster and redo Symphony of the Night. I'd totally that game is another one that's just, it's the other side of it. Metroidvania, Super Metroid, Symphony of the Night. That's where you get the two.
Yep.
Although I guess by that point, no, because Symphony of the Night was already kind of a Super Metroid ripoff by that point. But neither here nor there. But yes, Zelda. I'm with you on the Zelda thing. There was another one that you brought up that made me go, oh, we'd have to remake that one too. And now it's slipped away.
Well, Daniel over in the YouTube threw in another 5 pounds of super chat, said just sending one more as I'm away to listen in bed. It's late over here. Yes. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Cheers,
welcome to the channel. Glad you found us. Thank you so much for the super chats.
Thanks, dude.
Let's see. Where was Martin? I wish you all love, peace, and fried chicken. Boobiest champ out. He is now the EST of BWO patron pick'ems, at least the booby side.
It's true. He's got, and he, you know what? He has the braid to prove it.
Yep, absolutely. P.S. Thank you for the show and the community you have created. BWO family for life.
Yeah, for life.
Love it. Thank you so much, Martin.
Thank you. Man.
Brandon, the Mullet King, Monroe, all the way from Australia, says, hey, great ones. I hope you had a good Mania week and enjoyed all the delicious food you consumed. What have been, in AEW's short history, the biggest didn't make sense moments? Thanks, guys. Goodbye and good night. Bang.
The Nightmare Collective. Brandy Rhodes.
What's her name? Shaving her head?
The poor thing. Brandy Rhodes leading a supernatural group.
Brian Cage debuting in a ladder match that he won for no reason.
And then jobbing out to Moxley.
Yep.
Brody Lee squashing Cody, and then Cody coming back and beating him immediately for the title. That was a terrible decision. Unless it has something to do with Brody's health, which at this point I don't think the timeline lines up for that, but it's possible.
Yeah, I don't think we would have known at that point in time.
Still was a bad idea.
He might have, but he might have been keeping it.
Orange Cassidy being in the main event in the pandemic. A gimmick that is completely based on the audience reaction, and you do it in front of no audience. That was I could not believe they were doing that. I'm like, you're literally wasting this character. I know he's like he's the hottest thing right now, but he's going to not be the hottest thing if you spend him this way. And I feel like they have spent a lot of the cachet of that gimmick.
Bringing them out to the Pixies going to help in any way, in your opinion?
Maybe. Doesn't hurt.
Having Trent back, doing more with the best friends, having an alien at their side now. I mean, there's potential there, still untapped.
There is,
I
but
think.
it's not the buzz that there was before. Do you remember the match he had with Pac right before the pandemic, February of last year?
Cassidy?
Yeah.
No.
Where he actually, remember where the whole bill was, and he's gonna try, and then like he started busting out wrestling moves, and the crowd lost their mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And then that's why he was so hot going into the pandemic. And then, I don't know why they spent him like that, but I guess he's all they had.
I don't really know what day of the week it is, other than I know it's Tuesday because we're live right now. But that's it.
That's where you're at.
Right.
The Lucha Brothers.
Past year.
The Lucha Brothers in general.
Yeah, I feel like Phoenix has gotten to highlight what he's really capable of, but
Yes.
There was a spark there where Penta got the translator, and then Pat came back, and now they're Death Triangle again. Like, I thought we were going to give Penta a good... Like, send him up against Kenny.
Yeah.
You know,
There's
just
been a
let him
lot
have
of
a good
that.
singles. Let him be Pentagon Dark, for God's sakes.
Well,
know?
you don't even have to do that, but just like let these upper mid-card guys keep their shine. Like Sean Spears, gets in a big feud with Cody and then disappears over and over and over again. Pentagon Jr. keeps having these big moments and then disappearing over and over and over again. Like, it's what Lance was complaining about last week. It's so weird. I get into the main event and then I'm gone and they have nothing else for me. Like, that is, I think, one of the... if we're not going to talk about the women's division, and I don't want to because they're finally kind of back on the upswing with that. That's one of my biggest criticisms with AEW is there's a lot of strong upper mid-card guys that they don't consistently find something to do with. There's something for them to do,
Yeah.
Like Brian Cage has a big spot, and then he's just off slumming with Team Taz. There's a lot of those guys. That's why I said, like, I'm scared of any time they bring in a monster in AEW because they make him a monster. They have them beaten right away by a face, and then they're gone.
Yeah.
And that's a major issue.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's a few of them.
There you go, Mullet King. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, brother.
Next up.
Hope your mullet is doing well.
Yeah. It is a glorious mullet, indeed. Gives John Morrison a run for his money. Let's see. Next up, Don Ortega says, hello there, gentlemen. First of all, thanks for all the work you guys put in during Mania Week. I can't even imagine the time you guys spent this week providing us with great content. Second, I'm very salty that I put so many confidence points, 14, on The Fiend to win. You were not the only one.
Not alone. That was a very, including Nick and I.
Yes.
That was a big one that hurt.
That one hurt indeed. Anyways, my question is this. With 2K announcing the upcoming release of WWE 2K22 in the near future, what do you guys feel they need to do to make the game a classic wrestling game? Any features in particular you guys would like? Yes. Don't release it as like an alpha. Yeah. Don't beta test with your audience on a production level game. Like,
don't
it was
2K20
a disaster.
Don't cyberpunk it. Don't cyberpunk.
Before
it.
there was Cyberpunk, there was WWE 2K20. Okay,
Yep.
and it was a shit show. And it was all kinds of broken. And I even got to a point where I was building the BWO universe here live on stream, and we were having some fun doing it. But it got to be such a chore because the user interface was it was an unusable interface. And that was one of the reasons I stopped, because it was such a chore to get around in things. I've played so many games where you build your character, you design their hair and change their outfits and give them facial hair and do all that. There's so many of those. That is the most clunky system. The creator wrestler system in 2K20.
Well, but it's also really in depth, and that's the other thing, is that that's pretty good. I like the move creator that they have in Fire Wrestling, but that's, it's so deep and it's obtuse in a lot of ways. But at least you can make some of your own moves. It's kind of cool. But the one thing I really want to see in a wrestling game these days that I haven't seen in a long time is that the 2K games have become much more of like a wrestling sim.
Yeah.
And while that's fine for like FIFA, NBA, NFL, like you want to simulate the actual game, the whole point of wrestling is to be a little bit beyond reality. I'd love to see a game like 2K where you can have the realistic character models, but you have the animations be just a little bit past reality. Not all the way cartoonish, not like the card game that they have, or like the battle heads or whatever they put out last year with the big bobbleheads fighting. That was terrible looking. But like
the swipe up freemium game on phones, you mean?
Yeah. But like when moves, like have moves be a little bit bigger than reality. Choke slams go way higher than they usually physically would.
Oh yeah, bring some Mortal Kombat shit in, right?
Yeah, a little Mortal Kombat-y, right? A little bit beyond reality. Make it and the controls as well, make them a little bit more arcadey, less like it, because right now, like when you play like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, there's at least some sort of physical reason why you're pushing buttons in a certain way, right? It simulates in some way what your character's going to be doing. Yeah. More so with Street Fighter than with Mortal Kombat.
Simulates, it gives you combo moves and stuff like that, bigger hits and all of that.
Well, for example, like some of the moves in Street Fighter, the classic moves in Street Fighter, right? Guile's Sonic Boom or Blanca's ball throw, where he throws himself across the ring, or his charge. You press away and then towards, simulating like pulling back and then going forwards. With the Sonic Boom, he's pulling back and then throwing it forwards. With the Hadouken, you're going down, towards. It's like pulling up your hands, right? It simulates the motion that the character is doing to do the move. When you have Chun-Li's kicks, you're pressing the button over and over again to simulate like all the kicks. Having something like that in a wrestling game, even like slightly more so, would be better than just arbitrarily saying this direction with this button pulls off this move, right? Where it's completely inorganic. It's just memorizing like the immediate one button combinations, or you have to know exactly like where you are relative to the person's going to change the move. Like they're making that a little bit more arcadey, a little bit more fun, a little bit less just very kind of clunky. And that I think would help the game a lot as well.
I want to go in the opposite direction.
Oh, okay.
I want full-on live GM mode. The thing that is missing for me is my ability, because we're in the world of the internet. There's not a console out there that's not connected anymore, and frankly, most games require you to be connected to avoid pirating or botting, and cheating in any way, right?
Sure.
I want to start the game in GM mode or universe mode or whatever it might be, and I want to set my roster and my slate of schedule as it exists today. And then I want to book my own card from that point forward.
You want to Nick book the game?
Yes. So you establish what exists today that is real in the WWE, and then I want to fantasy book the way that I would do it.
So like NFL,
right?
Where like you come in and everyone's got the ratings that they have that year.
They
kind of do that already. Like people come in with like set power levels and whatnot.
But it doesn't, like you can't sync it at any given time. Like
that's true.
I would very much like to see Let's just put it in full simulation mode. Let's sync everything to where it is today and just say go and just watch what happens over the course, what the game
That's what I was going to
decides.
say, is because when you get it, you get the roster as it stands at release of the game. But you're saying
it's kind of arbitrary. It's at a certain time stamp that they do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But
Yeah.
you're saying you'd like to see it update and let it be like organic.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me start the mode and let me tell it at a certain point to resync with what's actually live in WWE at this time.
Or even sync back to what it was at a certain time, right? Like let me
go back and play through a year in 1998 or something.
Sure, and with everyone who was champion at that point and where they were on the card. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
That'd be
throwback content, right? Throwback GM mode.
Oh, that'd be a sick mode.
Yeah.
That's
That's what I would do for sure. Other than that, I'm just not interested in creating wrestlers in WWE 2K anymore. I'm kind of burnt out on it.
You burned out. You
just-
tried to create all of the phenomenal ones. And
we got through JB
killed
and about
yourself
5
on it.
of them, and that UI is just so bad. I just couldn't anymore. Sorry, guys. We'll see if they make it any better.
Hopefully they make it more elegant.
Yep. Thank you very much, Adon. Good question.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Kenneth Tabili. Hey, y'all. I want to start by saying thank you, Dick, for not completely botching my last name. Oh, you're welcome. I have a small question, but more so want to gush for a second. As someone who got back into wrestling a few years ago, thanks to Going In Raw's old 10 FTWs.
Yep. 10 for the win.
Every time y'all talk about each other on your shows, it makes me smile wide. My 2 favorite podcasts working together is awesome to me. Y'all are all different, yet great personalities for podcasting, and I'm looking forward to y'all being on Going In Raw. As for a question, who do you think will be the one to take the WWE title off of Bobby Lashley and win?
Well, first of all, Kenneth, thank you very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad you're enjoying the show. And yeah, dude, awesome that you're over here from Going In Raw as well. Obviously, we have lots of love for those guys. So we were talking about this on our main show a second ago. Who's taking the title off of Lashley? Probably Drew.
Yeah.
But just hopefully not soon. Hopefully not at WrestleMania Backlash.
SummerSlam at the earliest.
That'd be what I say.
Legitimize Bobby. You have to legitimize Lashley. You can't just have him haphazardly get it by screwing over Miz or giving him some kind of Faustian deal backstage that you just happenstance into the title.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to establish him. So if you just have Drew go beat him and take it back off of him, WrestleMania match is just a fluke. So you need to just have him run the gauntlet of defenses all the way for the next 90 days to lead up to SummerSlam, and then you're good.
You know what's one other thing that I considered after Lashley beat Drew at WrestleMania is they finally have legitimized Lashley to the point where we could finally have a dream match that we've always talked about. If certain things work out.
So
Lashley versus Brock Lesnar.
Oh, yeah.
And if Lesnar was to come back and fight him for the title, even if it was just like a one-off, I would love that.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't think
Prize
Brock's taking
fight.
off of it.
Let's go.
Prize fight. Right.
$1 million
That'd be
purse.
sweet.
Let's do something stupid.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, absolutely. But realistically, Drew McIntyre.
Yeah.
I just hope that they keep it in their pants and let Lashley
Keep
be
it in your
champ for a while
pants.
longer. Keep it in your pants.
You've got time. It'll be fine. Keep it in your pants.
Chill out.
He says, again, thank you guys so much for everything this past week. Also, sorry for what feels like jinxing you guys in The Fiend after Mania, but I did quite enjoy Ian's rant on night 2. If you're wondering what he's referring to, you might not have listened to our night 2 recap on Sunday night.
Yeah.
So go back and check that one out on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you guys can find it.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. Next up, Jay Reyes says, thanks for all the hard work, fellas. You guys deserve hearty handshakes, pats on the back, and rounds of water. Your drink of choice is all on us. Thank you very much, Jay.
Thank you very much.
When WWE has their back against the wall, they usually deliver, and throughout much of the whole week has been no exception. Excuse me. Even the outcomes I didn't like were still attached to some fantastic matches. Now on to something more somber. RIP to DMX, who apparently died from COVID last week. I didn't know it was COVID, but okay. Though some are saying it was an overdose, his family are saying it was COVID. Did you hear about this?
I didn't. I heard
he had
overdose, heart
passed
attack.
away, health complications. I didn't hear COVID. All right. That sucks.
Yeah.
At this point, it's purely speculation. All right. Well, we probably shouldn't be reading that on the air then.
Well, as long as we define it as speculation. As long as we define it as speculation.
It is
speculation.
Pure speculation.
Pure speculation.
Sorry about that. Just had to mention it.
That's all good.
Should have mentioned the speculation at the top.
It's okay. We got there eventually.
We'll get to that. I got to thinking over this past Mania build of why the creative writing and booking of builds has been so god-awful in WWE. Vince isn't writing for an audience anymore, not one that is 20 to 40 or 140 to 70. He's writing for an audience of one. That one person is 75 and could care less about the industry anymore, and oh man, does it show. When he does stumble onto a great storyline or have well-booked feuds and matches, it seems by accident, unless someone like Paul Heyman, Daniel Bryan, or some courageous talents gives him the idea and let him pretend he came up with it. I feel like Vince has that Metallica syndrome, where they used to be the best thing there ever was in metal, then somewhere they started feeling like they were too big to fail. Even if there was failure all over the place later on, Vince is still taking in billions hands over fist, but the shows are suffering except the pay-per-views. The saddest part is there doesn't seem to be anything that can fix it. Vince is going to keep dragging the shows down until he kills the company or he dies. No amount of wishing for Triple H, Stephanie, or Shane to hurry up and take it over will do anything. So let's say if you guys were somehow to become the head honchos, what would be the BWO best for business plan to right the ship? Who is included on your roster? What are the major... Who is included in your roster? What are the major changes and plans you would implement? Who would be your commentary teams on each show? Who are your title holders? Also, if we can't have Mauro Ranallo, can we bring back Joey Styles?
I thought we left Adnan on the other show.
Yeah,
Damn it.
Adnan chiming in. Sorry.
So let's see. What do we have? Business plan to right the ship. Who's on our roster? Let's start with that.
I'll take the roster as it is and just manipulate it from there. There's infinite amount of talent on the roster. There's no excuse.
It's from top to bottom the most talented roster they've ever had in WWE. Full stop.
Easy. Period. Wouldn't
Give
change a
me
thing,
that
honestly.
roster. What are the major changes or plans we would implement? I mean, it's not like kind of like Nick, what you just said about the video games. If you just give me the roster as they are on paper right now, with who has the titles, there's nothing like even who had the titles going into Mania. There's nothing really fundamentally wrong about who's where they are.
No.
I would definitely want to highlight a lot more talent that's running around there and they're not doing much with. But here's the thing. As much as we bitch about all the guys who are in the armbar and how talented they are, in every company there has to be guys who are enhancement guys. You have to have enhancement
good hands.
Guys. It just so happens that right now they have the most talented roster of enhancement guys of any company ever in history. So I almost would say I'd want to expand the roster further with guys that kind of like what AEW has, where they're up and comers, where there are people that are still learning. I would want to take basically NXT and take a lot of the talent that's currently like learning their craft in NXT and make NXT its own brand, a proper third brand, like an alternative brand to the main roster stuff with a different feel that feels more like what NXT already does. It's just actually treat it as a full brand.
Yeah.
They're the kind of the scary, more metal brand, right? The darker brand, the darker, cooler brand, but then still take people from the PC and have them be the enhancement for all the main roster talent, the way that you already do in NXT. Get those kids some reps. Get them out there. Like you might have some matches that are a little bit more botchy, but you're also going to have more talented people showing what they can do. Take all those guys from main event and give them matches that have more meaning, that aren't just secondary thoughts, tertiary thoughts, throwaway matches that mean nothing, that get put on main event and no one cares. You could make main event with the talent you have on it right now a show people care about. It's just obvious that they don't care about that show or the people on it. And that's what I think drives people away, is when you have people that are on main event come to the other main roster shows and get gooned out, get completely just destroyed. You care less about those people. Stop doing that for one thing.
Yeah.
What about you? What are some major changes you would do?
I would, almost in the same vein as you, I would make NXT its own brand. But I want a AEW Elevation-esque version that is, I want to leverage. There is a YouTube channel that a lot of people don't really know about called WWE PC. It is the Performance Center YouTube channel. It's fantastic. It only has 200,000 subscribers compared to the 20 million that the main brands channels do.
There's so much good content on
But
there.
I would make a show akin to AEW Elevation, take main event, take 205 Live, consolidate a lot of this content into, bring in some of those veterans from main event and 205 Live and have them wrestle Performance Center talent, the up-and-comers, and make that a YouTube-only show. Make NXT a brand with superstars on par with Raw and SmackDown. If you treat it that way, it's going to be viewed and taken that way. But until you stop treating it like the Performance Center's All-Stars with a couple of titles, it's not going to be anything more than that. So I want to elevate NXT and use the PC YouTube channel as our own version of AEW or of Elevation.
And WWE loves to crow about how it's a content-making company first and foremost these days. This was something that Stephanie said recently. And if that's the case, why not make more content like that? You could very easily.
Yeah.
Nothing saying you couldn't.
And you can do it in the Performance Center like they used to do the mock stuff with Dusty.
Yeah.
Right? And Prince Albert, whatever his name is.
Matt.
Bloom, thank you.
Yeah, well.
They used to do that kind of stuff backstage, and that we would get little glimpses in of it. Why not turn it into something where it actually looks like it's a gym, it's a training facility? Like, I would love to watch that backstage and just have mock matches. And maybe they make a contest out of it or something like that. And the winner of a contest gets a North American Championship opportunity.
Remember Breaking Ground? Wait, how about this? Remember Breaking Ground?
Yeah.
The show they did, and it was like all about like how people come up through the PC, and like Baron Corbin was on it, that kind of thing. Yeah. Imagine doing another WWE program where it's like it's pseudo-scripted, kind of like the main roster, but instead of taking place in the arena at the shows with the fans, it's taking place in the Performance Center, and everyone's having like their quote unquote mock matches. Could be blow-offs to feuds. People are having like altercations while they're training, like that kind of thing. All the characters are people who are trainees. And almost like not like a WWE high school, right? Be kind of an interesting concept.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of getting away from, I think, what he's really asking us here, which is how do we fix, not like what other stuff can we do? How do we fix what's going on in the main roster? And the problem there is that there's a culture of how creative is done on that show, which is, I think, too mired in chaos. And obviously not really considering what they're doing. They have writers who are there who write a whole ton of stuff, and it still gets torn up minutes or hours before it's supposed to go on. And it does not have to be that way.
No.
You have stuff that on the whims of Vince on the day because he had a bad banana, he decides to change the end to a match because he wants to F with the fans. That shit's got to go. Like, figure out what you're like. We were sitting here kind of in our own minds, not booking WrestleMania, but what would Vince do at WrestleMania? And there was, whenever we do our pick'ems, Nick, we have that like kind of mental argument of what should they do? What will they do? Right. And sometimes we have situations like Drew versus Lashley, where when Lashley wins, we go, wow, didn't see that. But it was probably the right call.
Yeah.
Right? We can see why they did it. We could argue either way why they did it. Then you have moments like where The Fiend loses, and you sit there and go, that was inarguably the wrong decision. And it was one Vince made right before, and no one can tell me why the hell he made that choice.
No.
So knock that shit off. Right? Knock
Vince
off the hot shot.
needs to stop.
The hot shot shit needs to stop. Like there needs to, when there are decisions made in lots of companies to have matches be surprising, it's rare in other companies that I go, that's surprising and disappointing. New Japan, like you're never going to have a perfect run. New Japan has definitely done some booking decisions where people were straight up mad at them, but they tend to be pretty good about ultimately paying it off. They've had some questionable decisions in the last year or so, but overall, I'm still going to give them a break because it's not like WWE where it's every other pay-per-view that they do something that I just pull my hair out and I go, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
So this is, it's not really a fair answer to your question, Jay, to say, I'd like to just book better but it's totally situational.
Yeah.
Based on the story that we're telling. Nick, you and I have well, we've covered
who would be included on the roster. We've covered major changes in plans. Who would your commentary team be?
Geez, based on who they have employed right now?
No, I mean, I'm talking about, like, could I go out and recruit Kevin Kelly? You know, could I go elsewhere?
No, don't take him away from New Japan.
What if we had the commentary team of I don't know, what's the Gus, the crazy Australian guy I love.
Yeah.
Gus and let's have Excalibur on play-by-play and Gus on color.
You know what? I'd love to keep Corey Graves. I think Corey's a great commentator.
He is. He's a nice color heel commentator. I like it.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. You know what's funny? I really liked Graves, Phillips, and Saxton. I thought they were a great team. Now, they were very, WWE, but I think if you let the chain off of them, if you didn't have Vince yelling in their ear, they would have been a really good team. Byron Saxton, here's something people don't say enough. That guy had a rough start as a commentator, and we all hated him. He's fantastic now. How many times in history have you had a commentator who is openly dorky, and his whole purpose is to be the dorky face commentator? And he's gotten to the point now where I know some people are probably still annoyed by it, but to me, it's on that cusp of being like, he's kind of the lovable dork.
Yeah.
And it works.
And Graves yelling across, "Shut up, Saxton," just yelling at him,
I love it. And you know what? I think I prefer a two-person desk, but I'm not mad at those three guys because they all had a role. You had Graves be the heel color. You had Saxton being the face color. And then you had just Phillips calling it right down the middle. And they all had a great chemistry together. You know what? Honestly, I'd be happy with that. Obviously, Mauro Ranallo, love him. Love Excalibur. Golden Boy was good when he did it. There's a lot of good commentators out there. I think what they had, Beth Phoenix is turning into a fantastic commentator as well over on NXT.
Bit of a dodgy stretch there where she wasn't actually, they had her remote trying to call with him, coming in over Skype,
Yeah, but it's when she's there, she's fantastic.
Yeah.
She's getting really good.
Love Beth. Let's see. Who are your title holders?
Well, we start with where we are right now.
Okay.
I have no problem. Anyone holding a title, Roman Reigns, yes, put the title on him. Lashley, yes. Bianca, yes. Rhea, yes. AJ and Omos, I can work with that. You know what I mean? Dirty Dogs, they're losing those titles pretty quickly, but I'm not mad at them right now.
Shayna and Nia, get them the hell out of there.
Apollo Crews, absolutely. Drop the accent. Aside from that, you're perfect. You know what I mean? Across the board. Intercontinental, Apollo Crews, U.S. Sheamus. This Sheamus, the Sheamus we had today as the U.S. champ, absolutely make that money.
Raquel Gonzalez, MSK.
Yep. Across the board. Johnny Gargano. Yep. Karrion Kross, absolutely.
Yep.
Make money across the board. Walter, make money across the board. Good champions right now in WWE.
Yep, I agree. Thank you so much, Jay. Next up, 10-Man. This is your boy.
Yes.
What's his name?
What's up, Josh? Yeah, what's up, man?
Said, Ian and I talked about this briefly at the bar, but I'd love to hear you guys discuss these two questions which feed off of each other. Firstly, thinking about the end game for a wrestler. It seems like you'd want to go out with a belt, have a big victory at a pay-per-view, leave. Obviously, that can't happen for everyone, and realistically, you're going to keep wrestling until your body gives out, and you're not going to be winning those last couple of years. Thinking about someone like Braun. What is Braun's storyline in 10 years? Been thinking about this a lot in relation to Daniel Bryan, who is sort of openly saying, I can't do this forever, which is why he was my pick for the triple threat. Is having the belt at least one time enough? Let's start with that one.
Is having the belt at least one time? I mean, it can be.
It does
depends on the reign.
Stamp you in the legacy as a former champion, regardless of what the belt was.
And as far as going out with the belt, I think very rarely do people retire with a belt and then just lay down the belt. I'm trying to think of a time that's happened. It's nearly never happened because part of the culture of pro wrestling is go out on your back, put over the next generation. It's keeping the ball rolling essentially.
Yeah.
You're paying it forward, right? You beat these guys all those years. At the end, you got to lay down for them, put some people over, and get over the next generation or the next talent, right?
Yeah.
So for instance, like Braun Strowman in 10 years, I think 10 years, if Braun Strowman, keeps himself in shape and he could still be wrestling at a high level. You look at a guy like Big Show, who was still coming in and doing matches. Now he was losing those matches because he's at the point in his career when he's putting people over, and that's what you should be doing. But
that's what I was going to say. Like at a certain point, you're not going out with a title. There's tradition there, right? You go out putting the young guy over. You go out on your back putting the younger guy over, and that's I like that. I think that's the
even
right way
John
to do
Cena
things.
did. John Cena did it last year. Put over Bray on the way out.
Yep.
That's what you do. So that's typically what the end game is.
And I don't think you'd get a lot of argument from any modern wrestlers that that's the right thing to do because that's the way the business has always worked.
Kurt Angle goes out putting over Baron Corbin, even though he didn't want to. He wanted to put over Roman Reigns or someone bigger,
Yeah.
But it's, Undertaker goes out putting over AJ and Roman and Brock. Like that's how he went out. That's what you do.
Yeah.
You go out on your back.
Yeah.
Put over the next generation.
Yeah.
And Daniel Bryan that's what Daniel Bryan's doing right now. He's going out on his back.
Yep. And I would say that you were thinking about this in relation to Daniel Bryan, who's saying he can't do it forever, and you picked him for the triple threat. I think that's exactly at the opposite. I read into that he wasn't going to win.
Exactly.
He was going to be there to put on a good show and put over either Edge or Roman. And I think Roman winning is both of those guys putting Roman over.
Exactly.
Going out on their back. They don't know how much longer they're going to be able to do this. They don't know if they'll make it to next WrestleMania because broken necks.
Right.
So while they're there, at least do service to a company that they've sold their souls to and that they've gotten their livelihoods from, and that everything that they have today is because of that. Absolutely. Get the next guy up there, making him even bigger than he already is. And frankly, that's exactly what Vince wants. And I think that's the whole reason it became a triple threat was now you don't just get one legend going out on your back. You get two putting Roman Reigns over at the same time.
At the same time.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
So he says, secondly, what then is the mindset of the mid-card guys who know a Universal or World belt probably isn't in their future? Your Ali's, your Sami Zayn's, your John Morrison's, Jake the Snake never had a belt. Would love to hear your talk through that. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Tin Man.
Thanks, man. So as far as the mindset, it depends on the wrestler. And here's the thing. There are those mid-card guys who are really hungry to get higher, like Ali. You can tell he's hungry. You can tell he wants to be on top. And that's just not how WWE sees him, and he's constantly trying to change that perception.
Will Ospreay went out and put 50 pounds on so he could be in the heavyweight division, and look at him now.
Yeah. There's guys who are willing to do whatever it takes to get to that higher place. And here's the thing. So Vince McMahon loves those guys. He loves the guys that'll come in and grab him by the lapels and be like, give me this, give me that. Braun Strowman very famously, early last year, late the year before that, was frustrated with where he was in WWE and his booking, and he went into Vince, like he busted into one of Vince's meetings and was like, dude, you need to tell me what you're doing with me right now. And Vince kicked out the people that were in the room and had a long conversation with them and was like, dude, I promise you I have plans for you. Just be cool for now. We've got this. Vince loves that shit. He loves dudes being alpha males. He loves guys grabbing the brass ring. That's what he means by grabbing the brass ring, is investing in you, like giving a shit, caring about your future, not wanting to just sit back there and catering and take your paycheck. He wants dudes who give a shit. Guys like Drew McIntyre who go away and they come back with a ton of fire, who are willing to do whatever it takes and work the insanely long hours. Vince McMahon gets 3 to 4 hours of sleep a night, and he expects everybody else to work that schedule. Do you know who else did? John Cena. He was sometimes there longer than Vince. So that's the kind of guy Vince sees and goes, I want that guy running my company. And you know what? We were talking earlier about how much we love Ricochet, right? He's one of those dudes. If you ever seen him like on social media or whatever, you meet him in person, he's such just like a chill, whatever kind of guy. You know what I mean? Like, does he probably want to be getting some belts and doing more? Yeah. Does he go about it as aggressively as he should? No. Andrade famously said after he left that he's a very quiet guy. He never once went and knocked on Vince's door and broke it down and asked what the hell was going on. You know what? Maybe he should have. So there is an element of that in WWE. It depends on the wrestler. There's some guys who have given up. There's some guys who are happy with where they are. And there's some guys who are constantly fighting to get higher in the company. And those are the ones that usually will either do it or leave, like Pac.
Yeah.
Right? He wanted more. They wouldn't give it to him. So he said, cool, I'm out. Luke Harper wanted more. They didn't give it to him. He was like, cool, I'm out. And he went and became a champion in another company. And who knows what he would have accomplished if he hadn't passed away.
Yeah. I expected him to have the AEW title at some point, unfortunately.
He absolutely would have.
Yeah.
And the role that he was on, he absolutely would have. And frankly, dude, Luke Harper's probably the greatest modern example of a dude who could have easily been just, quote, a good hand. He would have won some tag titles in WWE, but that was his ceiling.
Yep.
He wasn't winning the world title.
Well, Bludgeon Brothers tag team championships.
That's what I mean, tag champions, right? But he wasn't going to win the world title. That's not what they saw him as.
Yep.
He saw himself as that. He said, no, I'm bigger than this. And he bet on himself. He quit the big company and the easy paycheck.
Rode out like whatever it was, like 6 months of his contract.
At least. Same as Pac, right? And they went and bet on themselves. Cody Rhodes did it too.
Yep.
I'm meant for more than this. I'm meant to be the main event guy. I'm meant to be the big star. This isn't enough for me.
And he's proving it right now.
He's
over
proving
the last
it.
2 years.
Whatever you think of Cody, the dude has gone out and, pardon the pun, done the work. And that's the thing is when I see a bunch of guys like Murphy or Ricochet and they're kind of floundering down there, Matt Cardona, who got screwed over by WWE and just kind of took the scraps from the table for a long time, longer than I thought, and let himself get let go. I see those guys and I go, you guys you don't really want to be the top of the company, or you don't have that drive.
Yeah.
That some of these other guys have. So as far as your mindset, it depends on the dude. John Morrison, I get the feeling right now that he did his world tour. He went out, he was champion in a bunch of other companies. He came back to WWE. He's happy to collecting the paycheck. He's right where he wants to be, hanging out with Miz, having fun with his best friend, having fun on TV, being funny. That's right where he wants to be. I don't think he cares.
And now he's got Taya coming.
And now Frankie's going to be there too. Yep. So he's a happy man.
Yep.
And you know what? He went out and earned it. He deserved it. He deserves to have this kind of like cruise off into the sunset, if you will.
Yep.
But that's so when you ask about the mentality of guys, it's different for everybody. The mindset is different for everybody, and the results you get show you who that person is. So as much as I sit here and go like, man, I wish they booked so and so and so and so and so and so better, it's not entirely just the company. It's also those guys as well.
Yeah.
That being said, he brought up Jake the Snake. Jake was never a champ because he lived in the Hogan era. And there's going to be a certain ceiling that just some guys aren't going to get through because of the timing's off, right? There was only a very select number of people that were going to be champion around the Hogan era.
Hogan and Rick. It was pretty much it.
Well, in WWE, it was Hogan, a little bit of Macho Man, a little bit of Ultimate Warrior, and then he tried to go for Lex, and we saw how that went. And then he just kind of, and then we didn't know what to do. Yokozuna, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, and then he hit Stone Cold, and then
boom.
Oh yeah, or Sid, Psycho Sid, for a while too.
Kyle Thrun 100 bits said, simple fact is you need to make people feel important away from the titles. There was 3 people who came out to say they should be WWE champion, and frankly, those were the only main event viable challengers. 4 people around 1 championship. That's not good at all for long-term health of your product. You need at least 10 viable contenders in each division.
And that's one thing that we can say about both New Japan and AEW, and I'd argue Impact as well, is you've got a bunch of dudes who could challenge for the title belt tomorrow.
Any given day, right?
Any given day.
Yeah.
They could do it. And WWE does not have that. And that is a problem, is that you could, if you booked some guys stronger, have that.
Yeah.
You got plenty of guys you could believably have be title contenders.
Well, Drew, Randy, and Braun. And those are the only ones you're going to have come out and say,
the women's division. That's the women's division right now in WWE is, they've got a pretty solid upper card, but they could have so much more if they just booked some of the other women properly.
Yeah.
Instead of having them sniping at each other in the tag division.
Agreed.
So.
Thank you very much, 10 Man.
Thank you, brother. Very much appreciated. Good seeing you yesterday.
Our faithful moderator, Andy Jessup, is next. Almost co-booby champ, but Martin did edge him out, unfortunately.
So close.
Evening, oh great leaders of the phenomenal ones. First of all, I want to express my gratitude for you. You work tirelessly to produce amazing content bi-weekly. Thank you for using that correctly as well. And this past work was daily, and the quality did not drop, and we all appreciate you. Secondly, all 9 titles were on the line this Mania weekend. 4 retained and 5 changed hands. I would like you to get them to other talent. Who, where, when, and how. Ooh. So the other 4 titles that were retained, is that what we're talking about? All 9 titles on the line, 4 retained and 5 changed hands. I'd like you to get them to other talent. So the 4 that were retained were Lashley, Nia and Shayna, Roman,
and Rude and Ziggler retained, but that wasn't WrestleMania.
I guess technically it was on Friday on SmackDown in that pre-show Fatal 4-Way. Yeah, I guess that would be the other one. Am I missing one? No?
No. U.S. changed hands, Intercontinental changed hands, Raw Tag changed hands, both women's belts changed hands. Yeah, it's got to be the tag, the SmackDown tag. Yeah. By the way, Andy, thank you very much, dude, and thank you for the info from he was at WrestleMania, so thank you for showing us all the videos and everything, the pictures and everything. It was very cool.
Yeah, him and Anna and Roberto.
Yeah, he and Roberto hooked up there. They met up there. That's awesome.
Thanks for sharing the pictures, all of you.
See everyone hanging out there. I think we had a couple more, but anyway, yeah, no, awesome, very cool. How do we get this? So Ziggler and Rude build up an actual feud with one of the other tag teams over there, or just they should have had them lose it in the Fatal 4-Way.
I agree, but to who is the question? I think
anyone of the other teams were viable now.
Gable and Otis. Let's give that Alpha Academy thing a little bit of life.
But you could make an argument for any of them, Nick. Alpha Academy could be an exciting tag team to hold the belts, with Otis as the kind of the monster heater. The Mysterios, just as a legacy tag team, that's going to be a big deal if and when they finally do win the titles. The first ever father-son team, it's the Mysterios. Like, that'll be a big deal. Street Profits getting it back have the most existing storyline with, I know what you did there. Yes. Okay. Stepfather and son. You know what I'm saying. The Street Profits have the most existing story with the Dirty Dogs. So any one of those teams is a viable one. But I would say, so we said who, any of the other 3 tag teams, where at the Thunderdome, when at the next pay-per-view or as soon as possible, and how. Straight up tag match.
You know something we should track?
Build a story between now and then. Like just build up a feud between now and then. Obviously different ones for each group, but get it done. What's that?
Let's track. Okay, so WrestleMania, 4 retained, 5 changed hands. Let's see between Backlash, Extreme Rules, and SummerSlam, between the big 4 pay-per-views, if those other ones, if the 4 that didn't change hands, if they change hands by the time we get to SummerSlam. That'll be an interesting kind of experiment.
If the other 4 titles change hands before SummerSlam?
Yeah. Huh.
I think the SmackDown ones are very likely to.
What Remind are the other 3 us, Andy, or anybody else that remembers. I'm curious, by the time we get to SummerSlam in August, if those 4 titles have changed hand at any of the pay-per-views between now
Remind
and
us that we said this.
SummerSlam.
Okay, so the SmackDown titles I think are the most vulnerable. What are the 3? Lashley probably won't change hand by SummerSlam, but get those to other talent? I don't want to. Lashley doesn't lose that title for a while, maybe at SummerSlam at the earliest. And I think we said on the other show, like, one of the great stories would be to have Drew have to fight through hell to get another shot at him and get it back.
They even made a point to call it out last night that he's at the back of the line now because he lost his shot, right? So if that is the case, have Drew run through the roster of contenders to make his way back up to the top to finally get his chance back at Lashley after WrestleMania. That's a story. That's a tried and true white meat babyface story. Like, you could just send Drew off on that mission, and he will absolutely conquer and have it, and it'll be the ultimate coronation with fans at SummerSlam when he does finally become victorious after he wasn't able to pull it. He underestimated Lashley. That can be the story. I didn't think he would be that big of a challenge. I just got done going to war with Sheamus. I thought I had Lashley in the bag. You know what? I didn't. But I'm going to go prove that I am the #1 contender, and I'm going to take that title from him at SummerSlam. And by God, he's going to do it. And that will be a huge moment. Fireworks will go off, and we will all be back in Drew Loveland.
And this is the thing is, like, I want it all. And we said this at WrestleMania. I want Lashley to have a significant reign.
Yes.
And I want Drew to get the coronation. I want both of these things to happen.
Yes.
So I want to pay both pipers, essentially. I want Lashley to have a great reign, and then at some point, Drew takes it off of him. Coronation, big moment, hooray.
Yeah.
So, Roman Reigns. Good Lord. How do we get that title off of him?
I don't. 2 years. I want him to just hold it ridiculously, even just to spite us all.
I have a crazy alternate story here.
Okay.
I'm gonna do some Ian booking here. Drew McIntyre loses to Bobby Lashley at SummerSlam.
Ooh.
He is then drafted the next month to SmackDown. Meanwhile, after their match at SummerSlam, who should come out to confront Bobby Lashley but Brock Lesnar? So Drew McIntyre goes over to SmackDown. He starts feuding with Roman Reigns. We lead up to eventually he has to find himself again because he can't believe he lost. He's over on SmackDown. We build up to Drew versus Roman at next year's WrestleMania. So Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley have a long feud. Ultimately, I don't even know if I want to have this, but maybe have Brock. I'm at the point where Brock should lose to Lashley. And then next year at Mania, Bobby Lashley faces Royal Rumble winner Keith Lee. And Keith takes the title. How's that for you, buddy?
Oh. I just have one thing to say.
Yeah, buddy.
I need it back.
Right.
Oh, I miss.
Don't you forget about Keith?
Actively miss. Don't you forget about Keith.
This is the thing. Is like, I don't want to. I want to hope that everything's okay with him, that he's still on the up and up with the company, and that kind of storyline could happen. Okay, total.
I actively miss Keith Lee.
Pie in the sky, Ian Bookin.
Yep.
Pie in the sky, Ian Bookin.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I would also like to see Drew come over and challenge Roman.
That match at Survivor Series.
Oh,
God, that was good.
Oh, that was so good.
Fuck. No, that one last year.
One last year, yeah. But I mean, it would be so good because he's on a completely different level now.
Mm-hmm.
I also think they could further the Samoan family dynasty kind of storyline that they have here. We saw him come back out in the necklaces and the leis again with Paul and Jay. Both dressed as well. So, I mean, I'm looking at this going, how can we expand the tribal family? Please, I thought we were going to get new music at WrestleMania. I had hopes, but no, it's still just Bama. Bama.
The PTSD of like 5 WrestleManias ending with that music. Yeah.
Oh. It's better than bum, 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 just all over again, you know?
Right.
That's the PTSD I have.
Yeah.
What else would I do? The thing that I'm most intrigued by right now is what are they going to do with Big E now? That's the thing that has most of my attention. Are they going to send Big E back to the New Day to go get the Raw tags back? Or is he going to continue this feud with Apollo Crews? I'm anxious to see the show on Friday to see if we get any indications of where this is going to go after him losing it at WrestleMania. Are we going to do another rematch?
I could easily, the booking I just did, plug Big E instead of Keith Lee.
Bingo. That's where I was going. Big E going after Roman Reigns. I'm here for it.
Yeah. Done.
I have all the hopes in the world that he is Roman Reigns' next contender for the WWE or for the Universal Championship.
Next serious one.
Yep.
I don't think he should. Don't send him up against Roman unless you're willing to go all the way.
Yep. Yep.
And then the final belt we've got to move around. What was the other one didn't change hands? Ford that didn't change hands?
The SmackDown tags.
SmackDown tags we already did. We did SmackDown tags. We did Raw. We did Universal. We did.
Who's Lashley's next opponent then?
This over the summer?
I mean, are we
Drew?
Okay, so we're having Drew. You said in booking, Drew loses to Lashley, and then goes after Roman after being drafted.
And then Drew goes after Roman, but Brock comes back and challenges Lashley. They have a whole thing. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. It's pie in the sky Ian booking. It's like you ask Jay what we would do. That's what I do.
Yeah.
But so what was the other belt? The Raw tag changed hands. U.S. Intercontinental changed hands. SmackDown. Oh, sorry. The women's tag belt.
Tags.
Women's tag belts. Women's tags.
Sexy muscle friends. I'd put it on Dana and Mandy.
You gotta
unless you want to
team.
do some reformation angle of the Iconics and they come out and take it off of them. You know, that you could spin that, but it makes the thing that is the most confusing to me in all of WWE right now is why you broke up Peyton and Billy to put them in other tag teams.
I would have put those titles on Natty and Tamina at WrestleMania. You had the audience finally get behind Tamina and you didn't capitalize on it. There's no reason, like, that's one of those things where we say, like, why did they do that? There's no booking reason why you would have Natty and Tamina not pick it up then based on the story we were told. There's no reason. None. I would have put them on and then. And now it's in a situation where you can't send them back. Maybe you have a rematch at WrestleMania Backlash. Do it then. But even then, and this is what I'm worried about WrestleMania Backlash, is if you have a rematch and then people get it in the rematch, it doesn't feel like as big of a deal.
Right.
It's not as rewarding. It's decreasing dividends.
It's the testing thing I was talking about. What if the entire WrestleMania Backlash card is basically WrestleMania done over?
That's what I'm worried, and that would be terrible.
Yep,
terrible. So there you go, Andy. That's how we're getting those titles off of them.
Yep, indeed.
So good to hear from you, brother. Thank you as always.
Yes, thank you, man. Next up, Yardy says, Gudavon Dames and Eden. First, a big thank you and applause for all the amazing content you made for us last week. My favorite wrestler of all time is Jeff Hardy, but I never watched any of his stuff in TNA Impact. So can you guys recommend some of his best TNA matches or moments? As always, thank you for being amazing and have a nice day. The very first one I'll call out is the obsolete storyline with Brother Nero alongside Broken Matt Hardy.
All the Broken Matt stuff.
Go back to the beginning. I think it was probably 2013.
No, it wouldn't go all the way. No. It was like 17. Broken Matt was 2017, I believe.
He came back. They came back to WWE in 2018. So I feel like it was a couple years before that.
It was right before. Well, it was like 2 years, like the 2 years before that.
So like
late 16.
I don't know. We'd have to find out where that timeline is, but go back and watch Broken Matt Hardy storyline.
Jeff was Willow in 13 and 14.
It led to the first Hardy compound match, the obsolation match. I think is what they called
against
it.
Decay.
Just fantastic stuff. To me, that's that. I mean, you got to go back 20 years to the TLC matches, the big Hardy Boys matches with Edge and Christian and Dudley's. To get good stuff good like that. But
I disagree. There's quite a few Jeff Hardy things I can think of off the top of my head. There's a few matches he had with Austin Aries, but I hate Austin Aries, so don't watch those. There was so first of all, if you like old school crazy Jeff Hardy stunts, Monsters Ball 2, which was 2005. I want to say it was at Bound for Glory. It's Jeff, Rhino, Abyss, and Sabu. They've been locked in a room for 24 hours, and then they come out and it's basically just a hardcore match. And Jeff takes a bump in this match that is it's classic old school Jesus Christ, Jeff. Why are you trying to die? Definitely check that one out.
What was it called again?
Willow, the Monsters Ball. It was like Abyss's big,
right?
Abyss's big thing, the thing he gave to wrestling. When he was Willow, he had a match where he teamed up with Kurt Angle and faced EC3 and Rockstar Spud, aka Drake Maverick. And that was in 2014. I don't remember what show. Maybe Sacrifice, I think. Just look for it in 2014. And then No Surrender 2010, again with Kurt Angle. Jeff versus Kurt Angle at Surrender 2010. By that point, he'd already had that horrible match with Sting where he was just way too wasted to be wrestling. So he'd kind of got his ish back together by this point. But so there's ones to check out. Those are all some good Jeff Hardy stuff.
Nice. I kind of want to go watch some of those myself.
To go watch the Monsters Ball one, dude. That's Abyss in his prime, Rhino in his prime, Sabu in his prime, and Jeff Hardy in his prime in a hardcore match.
Yeah, I was looking up the Austin Aries one. I couldn't remember the name. It was Turning Point, 2012.
Right. Yes. 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 There you go.
Yep.
That's a good one too.
Yep.
Although F Austin Aries.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Yardy. Enjoy those. Next up, Patrick Kennedy says, "All righty, gents. This week I have a music question. Sweet. What are each of your top 5 live concerts that you've attended? Just an example. A few of mine would have to be Foo Fighters, Kiss, Avenged Sevenfold before Rev passed, Slipknot before Paul Gray passed, and Childish Gambino." That's a odd one to throw in there. Thanks for watching all the graps for the people like me that don't have time to watch any wrestling. Without you guys, we would be sad, lost puppies. Keep up the amazing work. We all appreciate it. Disqualified Booby Champ out. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, man.
So the question
that's
is,
right, because he didn't get his pick'ems in time. He was bummed about that.
Oh,
sorry
that's
about
right,
that, brother.
What are each of your top 5 live concerts that you've attended?
Wow.
I know what my number 1 is.
You know what your number 1 is?
I know what my number 1 and number 2 are. I know what my number 3 is. 4 and 5 gets dicey. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if I have them ranked, but I definitely have. I can pick 5 amazing concerts I've been at. So why don't you go first since you have them ranked?
Okay. What I'm trying to think of is the number 5 one. Hang on. I gotta make sure. That one's Pantera. Yeah. Okay. And then Machine Head, and then Korn. And then the number 5 one is throwing me because I'm sitting here thinking like, what are all the concerts I've seen? So I'll do my top 4. Let me think about number 5.
Okay.
Number 4 in the.
Give me the top 4. I'll do mine, and you get number 5 while you're thinking.
Oh yeah. So my top 4, late 2000s, Korn was all the rage, right? I drove from Charleston, South Carolina to Atlanta in some giant warehouse where it was a rave, but Korn performed. And it was one of the most, there may have been some illicit substances involved.
No.
But I was in the middle of a rave and Korn was performing the Freak on a Leash album. I don't remember what the name of that album was off the top of my head because that was all the hotness at the same time. It was either in 99 or 2000.
Yeah, it had the Todd McFarlane cover on the
Got the
on
Life.
album, right?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which really just put them on the mainstream map. And I was a huge Korn fan at that time. Still today, I still think they do some great stuff. Number 3 for me is An Evening with Machine Head, where they played a 3-hour show of their entire catalog. No opening acts, no encores or anything, but they have 30 years of a catalog now that they can play a 3-hour show, and the amount of stamina that takes. I saw that show 3 times.
Wow.
As it toured around. And I was fortunate enough to be traveling a lot for work during this time. So I got to see them in like San Jose. I got to see them at the, what's the little place in downtown LA?
The Mayan?
No. Oh my God. It's not the Globe. It's a little tiny venue. But it was they only let 500 people in.
Huh.
It was such a tiny place. And there was a balcony at the top. You could oversee and look down at the stage, but it was a sweat box because they wouldn't run the AC because they were scared that it was so hot in there that the AC would short out the stage gear. Right? It was one of those kind of shows. It's some old Key Club kind of shit, right?
Oh my God. I saw Saxon in Virginia in a club that was like that, and the walls were sweating. It was literally like and the lead singer was wearing a leather jacket with a denim vest over it the entire time. Just had one fan on him, and he had his hair all poofed up. And it did an hour and a half set. This dude is 67 years old. Did an hour and a half, 2-hour set, rocking out the entire time. His hair never fell down.
Yep.
That's a rock star.
That's a lot of Aquanet.
Right there.
Yep.
That's like, no, it was like flowing around. It wasn't like stuck in place. It was crazy.
All right, I got my 5th one too. I just remembered it. So that's number 3, the Machine Head, An Evening with Machine Head. Right?
Yes. Number 2, I was fortunate enough to see Pantera in the mid-90s at the old Omni in Atlanta. They were touring. Nice. It was right before Reinventing the Steel came out.
But it was Vulgar Far Beyond Driven that they were touring. But I mean, they played all their stuff, all the hits. But the story behind the Omni is that it was one of those. It's not there anymore. It's gone. The Omni doesn't exist in Atlanta anymore. It was torn down, and they built a whole new arena for the Hawks and all of that. But it's where the Atlanta Hawks used to play. One of those old school style arenas. There's one in Charlotte called the Charlotte Coliseum, and it's where all the wrestling events would come in the 80s and 90s for Charlotte. It's where the Hornets were playing there, or the Checkers, the hockey team, played there for a while. But anyway, I got to see Pantera in the Omni in Atlanta.
Wow.
And it was those plastic seats that are like bolted into the concrete, like those old arenas had.
Sure, yeah.
And there was a pit. There was a giant mosh pit full of just general admission people. I wasn't brave enough to go down there because I was still a shitty little teenager at the time. But I was up in there. I was up in the thing, just headbanging, just in the seats and everything. There were people like mule kicking the plastic seats out of the concrete and like discus shot putting them down into people in the mosh pit down below.
Jesus.
Just in the middle of Pantera playing and circle pits going on. Like there's nothing really heavier that I've ever seen in my life. That is.
What's the nastiest pit you ever been in?
I haven't been in a lot of nasty pits. I don't want to say it was a nasty pit, but it was probably Machine Head when they were playing like some of their old shit, like 10-Ton Hammer and like where it's hard to catch your breath,
right?
Because you're either getting thrown around or you're so cramped in there, and you're just going, yeah. It was probably that one, but I'm not the guy that's going to go to a Devil Driver show and get into the circle pit. That's just not me.
I'm an
old baseball player with really bad knees. That's the last thing I need to be doing, right?
Yeah, I've had my days in the pit when I was a young whippersnapper. I don't need it anymore.
And my number one is probably the one that I remember most affectionately because it was one of the first big shows I went to. There was a time where you guys might remember Coal Chamber was really popular.
Oh, God.
All right. And I lived in Greenville, South Carolina, and there was an area above there called Spartanburg, if you guys are familiar with the Carolinas, just north of there about half an hour. And there was this little venue, kind of like the old Key Club on the Strip.
Oh, Key Club.
Tiny little place, right? It was called Ground Zero. Mm-hmm. Ground Zero was one of those places that it looked like a bar, and it had a riser.
Was there a party there?
Not even a stage. Hang on. Not even a stage. It was just like a 1 foot riser.
It's for my Fishbone fans out there. Yeah.
So I had heard that Coal Chamber was going to be headlining and some buddies wanted to go. And I was like, yeah, sure. It's $25, whatever. But there were these two other little known bands that nobody knew about at the time called Machine Head and Slipknot.
Mm-hmm.
That in late 99, 2000, nobody had heard of just yet. Coal Chamber headlined. Okay, to put this into concert style of perspective, Slipknot opened, followed by Machine Head, followed by Coal Chamber. Coal Chamber didn't have a chance. Slipknot opened this show in a tiny little venue, all 9 of those dudes in jumpsuits and masks. We had never seen anything like this before. And Ground Zero has those, it's that old shit where they have the exposed pipes, the old like lead pipes and shit exposed. The clowns are like repelling from that and like jumping down into the crowd. They're swinging around like monkeys all over the pipes and everything like that. They're throwing stuff into the crowd. They're jumping into people and moshing with us in the pit. It was the most insane thing I had ever seen. Imagine being eye level with Slipknot as they're playing Surfacing, as they're playing their opening album.
That's kind of terrifying, actually.
It was the most intense, surreal, and amazing performance experience that I've ever had with any kind of musical performance. It was amazing. And my number 5 is going to catch you off guard a little bit.
Oh.
I got to see John Williams play the Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah. Yep, that's a good one.
John Williams, and they have, if you're not familiar with it, they have a giant screen, and they'll play the moments from the music. Hearing John Williams play the Superman thing, I cried. I was a grown man crying. John Williams, 90-year-old John Williams, is up there conducting the Superman theme, and then he played all of his greatest hits, Raiders and Jaws and everything.
Jurassic Park.
It's just absolutely amazing. So there's my 5, Sir Ian Dangerous.
That's some good stuff, man.
How about you?
It's funny because I kind of went down them in my head. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of rock and roll. And I guess I just had the best experiences at those. The weird thing is for me, this is a tough question because is it my favorite concert experience or is it the best time I had at a concert? Like, they're sitting there and observing the concert and kind of enjoying it and the music and everything. And then there's like it may not have been the best band or the most impressive band, but like had the best time. And back in the early to mid 2000s, there was like a punk rock scene here in Los Angeles. And it was just a whole bunch of local punk bands that would all just get together and play music once a week. And they had a rotating roster, like 5 bands a week.
Was Snot one of those?
Snot was not one of them.
Ventura
No.
County Boys.
Yeah, no, I know who Snot is, but no, I don't think they ever played they played a punk rock barbecue right up the street from me at Liquid Kitty, but I don't think they ever played this, which was called Kiss or Kill.
Nice.
And yeah, it's awesome. That's definitely the most fun I've ever had at concerts. Just every week, I'd be going to these shows and seeing punk bands every freaking week. They actually ultimately made a documentary about it. I shot a bunch of footage and they used a bunch of my footage for it. And it's called In Heaven There Is No Beer. And you can actually find that. It's on Amazon right now, Amazon streaming on Prime, if you check it out there. And it's just all about that scene. I actually pop up in it a couple times. Very young Dangerous pops up in that a couple of times.
Baby Dangerous.
Baby Dangerous.
No, he's not quite a sir yet.
Yeah, definitely not a sir at that point. But so that's like the most fun I ever had. But like those aren't bands that people would know, and it's not like I wasn't there being like, this is the most amazing concert. I was just like, this is a great time, right? I'm having drinks, I'm bouncing around in a pit, and punk music's playing. I'm having a blast. I know everyone here. It's a fun time. As far as concerts that were like mind-blowing experiences, which is probably some of my favorite bands. Seeing them live, I saw Radiohead on right before.
I wouldn't have tapped you as a Radiohead guy.
Enormous Radiohead guy.
Wow. Okay.
Freaking love Radiohead. They I caught them because I was a Radiohead fan since day one. Like the Bends, I played that album until the CD broke. I caught them on the tour right before OK Computer really hit, and they were in a gym in Eugene, Oregon. Wow. I saw them with maybe like 150, 200 other people. And just, still had a great light show, but there was I look to the right and there's a basketball hoop that's been like folded up against the ceiling, so tiny little place.
I love
that.
Those.
Was
those
amazing.
Are my favorite.
They're my favorite. All of these are except for one are tiny venues. Like I saw, one of the first concerts I ever went to was Faith No More opening for Metallica and Guns N' Roses co-headlining. But it was in a huge.
When that one came through Charlotte, Axel got laryngitis and they canceled the Charlotte show, and I missed it as a kid. I was so mad.
3 times.
Yeah.
He 3 times in that tour.
Yeah.
He played mine, but it was in a gigantic stadium. Like they were just little dots. I'm like, that's cool, but
my father spent like $500 on tickets to that show, and then they canceled it. Luckily, he got a refund.
Oh, yeah.
I was so amped about that.
But what's funny is at that age, I was there to see Faith No More. And I didn't get a chance to see them again until they had a reunion tour in, I think, 2012 it was, that they had a reunion tour and they played the Warfield in San Francisco. And I was 5 feet. I mean, this is actually the story of half of these. I was 5 feet from the front checking out Faith No More. Mike Patton does a stage dive, turns funny, and I literally, his butthole caressed my nose as he landed on top. He landed on top of me. I caught him on my face, essentially. So seeing them at the Warfield was amazing. They played every song I wanted them to play. Smashing Pumpkins at the Forum. Our very own JB had the hookup. She knew I was a big Smashing Pumpkins fan. As probably one of the nicest things she's ever done. She actually hooked me up. She knew the tour manager of the Smashing Pumpkins and got us into the VIP backstage. Literally after the concert, we're hanging, like James Eha is there, Jimmy Chamberlain, like they're hanging with us. We're getting drinks at the bar. Like it was wild. And we had these great seats where we were overlooking the stage, just right down on the stage. And they played nothing after Machina. All early stuff. Every song I wanted them to play. including an awesome cover of some David Bowie stuff. It was phenomenal. So shout out to JB for that one. That was
nice.
That was good stuff. And then Chris Cornell, I saw at the Wiltern on hit when he was doing a solo tour after Audioslave, before Soundgarden reformed. I did see Soundgarden on a roof in Austin, Texas, but I think seeing Cornell by himself in a tiny little Wiltern, and it was the first time he'd really gotten his voice back after he quit smoking, and it was the first time he'd done Say Hello to Heaven in years.
Wow.
So I got to see Chris Cornell do Say Hello to
Temple
Heaven
of the Dog
live.
stuff, man, right?
That, yeah, and that's probably the biggest goosebumps I've ever had in a concert, is him hitting the high note on Say Hello to Heaven.
Oh,
you know,
that song still
feet
gives
from
me the chicken skin. It's so good.
Dude. Amen. Even thinking about it, I'm getting it. But then probably my number one concert.
Okay.
I've seen Nine Inch Nails more than any other band.
Wow.
For whatever reason, I've seen them probably a dozen times. All are great venues, like the Hollywood Casino, Hard Rock Casino in Vegas. Seen them a couple times in Vegas. I got the chance. I've seen them at the Palladium a few times. I saw them at the Echoplex, and the Echo is a 2-part venue in LA. It has an upstairs, which is pretty small, but it's for like local artists and stuff like that. And then downstairs is the Echoplex, which is for bigger artists, but it's still insanely intimate. It holds 500 people.
What was this again? Where is it?
That's packed in. Nine Inch Nails at the Echoplex. It's up in Silver Lake area.
I don't think. I thought you said. I thought you were talking about the music box in Hollywood.
Echo Park. No,
Okay.
no. This is even smaller than that.
Yeah. No, I've never been to that one.
It's freaking tiny.
Yeah.
And I was
smaller than the Key Club.
Oh, way smaller.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like half the size. I've seen some great stuff at the Key Club
Me too.
But I was 5 feet from the stage and covered in sweat by the end of this thing. Like I'm actually wearing the same shirt I wore to that concert. That's hilarious. This is the shirt I wore to that concert, and this was so covered in sweat, I had to take it off. I could wring it out. Oof. It was so hot in there and so cramped. They played all the songs that they never play live. Something I Can Never Have, Somewhat Damaged. And Gary Newman himself came out to do Metal, Cars, and I Die, You Die with them. The greatest concert I've ever seen in my life. There you go.
Couple things. One, Spooky Sydney subscribed with a tier 1. What's up, Sydney?
Hey, what's up, Sydney?
Hey, girl.
How are you?
Thanks for joining. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it.
Check her out on Twitch, too. She does some great gaming stuff.
Oh, she's been playing Valheim, and I'm hooked on Valheim.
Yes.
You gotta come build with us in our private server for Orbital Jigsaw, Sydney, sometime soon. Thank you so much for the sub.
Thank you very much.
Couple things. One, you asked me first of all, I remembered the name. It's the Regent. Downtown, that Machine Head show. And another funny thing about that show,
I saw the shins there.
I paid extra for the meet and greet before the show, and I finally got to meet my favorite band that I had been fawning over for 20 years in Machine Head, and I got to take selfies with all of them, and it was a blast. Dave McClain's one of my favorite drummers. So that was awesome. At the end of the show,
you got to marshal with Machine Head.
Oh, so good. At the end of the show, after they were done, they were coming out for their kind of curtain call and waving bye to everybody. And they do this thing where they turn around and they take a selfie with everybody while we're raging, right? And then they post it on social media. Well, while they're doing that, Dave and I had gotten to talking about drumming during the VIP meet and greet, and I was asking him how he played certain things and all that kind of stuff, because that was that was my prime time for playing, was right around 2000. So we got to jamming and all that, and I was standing, if you've been inside the Regent, there's kind of 2 bars on opposite sides, and you walk in the middle, and it fans out into a big open area. I was standing up on, it was a beautiful venue. I was standing on the railing of one of the bars, so I was up high a little bit, and I was like, Dave was going to throw drumsticks out, and I was like, dude! And he, so all the way back to the railing where the bar is, right? He hucks one, and I throw up that just slow motion.
Why is Chariots of Fire for baseball?
And I grab it, and the whole place goes ape shit because I just reached up above everybody. They were like, yeah! And I was like, yeah! It was just such a fun memory of that, and I still have that drumstick around here somewhere.
I bet you do.
It's beat to shit after a 3-hour set.
Yeah, but that's what makes it great.
You asked me, so there's that story. I remember that one. You asked me about the hardest pit I was ever in, and I was thinking about that while you were rattling yours off, and I had forgotten that time in 2012 that I went to go see August Burns Red at the Amos in Charlotte. At Amos's in Charlotte. another like Key Club Regent style, venue of that kind of middle of the road tier. Absolute gnarly pit. Backburner, Truth of a Liar, Composure. That was just, oh my God. Oh my God. And then I had to drive 3 hours back home to Raleigh at the end of the show. And by the time I got home, I was like, ow.
Do you remember was that the last, because I remember the last pit I was ever in. I remember it very clearly.
That wasn't the last one I was in. The Machine Head one I got jumped into a couple of times during that series, but that was the most intense one I've been in. Yeah.
Amon Amarth, 2014 was the last pit I was ever in. I thought I was
what were you thinking?
I thought I was still, I could pull it off, and I just kind of okay, I just go in, and I just get destroyed for about 2 minutes, and I'm like, nope, never again. Oh my God. Well, there you go. That was I was dead, Sheffy. I was murdered in an instant.
Oh boy. Viking metal going on, and there's just people actually getting murdered on the floor.
Went back upstairs to the balcony to look down on it, and it just looked like swirling entrance to hell.
Yes, it's the maelstrom opening of hell. Surrounded by Viking runes. They're just lit up.
Shout out to another one that just kind of barely missed the top 5. Actually, so Ann Larson from Going in Raw and I went to a few concerts back in the day. He and I saw Sigur Rós a couple of times, and they were amazing. Yeah. He also took me to one of the worst concerts I've ever seen, and it's one of his favorite bands, and I know he loved it. I just hated it. Sonic Youth. We saw them, and they were terrible.
I like Sonic Youth music. I listened to them, but that's not good news.
It was not good. It was not good. I'm sorry, Larson.
Well, there you go, Patrick. A nice huge music segment from two metal boys here for sure.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Thank you very much. Sorry about not getting your pick'ems all in, man, but maybe next time.
Next time. SummerSlam.
Indeed. Next up, also in the chat, Mr. Brad Shepard. Good Brad Shepard. What's up, Sheffy?
What's up, man?
Says, good evening, Sir Ian, Nick, and the phenomenal BWO fam. This past week was a blast with NXT and WrestleMania picks. Got a 2-part question for you guys tonight.
All right.
Number 1. So I have been slowly working on and building a retro arcade consisting of games across many platforms from Nintendo to Sega Genesis and PlayStation. I even have a bunch of 80s and 90s arcade games on file. It brings back so many memories for me from my childhood. I loved playing Contra, Tecmo Bowl, Mario Brothers, and Gauntlet. What are some of your favorite games that you guys remember growing up?
Oh, God. The list is long.
It's a long, long list. The bug didn't really bite me, I don't think, until Super Mario Brothers NES. And Excitebike, and then about a few months later, I got Zelda, and I was done. I'm out. I'm good. I'm hooked forever.
Yeah. Zelda, Metroid, all of those early ones. Yep. Forget about it. I remember actually being in Japan and playing the Super Famicom before it came out in the U.S. And so by the time it came out in the U.S., I'd already played through half of Mario World. So when it came out here, it's just I knew everything. And so all my friends were like, where'd you know to do that? I'm like, it's just, I've already played it.
I was really into the early Metal Gear games as well.
I didn't get into that until I think 2. Oh, no, maybe I did play 1 later on. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the ones I remember.
Was Psycho Mantis 1 or 2?
I don't remember.
Because the one where you had to switch the controller in, you could see what you were doing, so you had to put it in the other control.
Ian, that was almost 40 years ago. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I'm trying to think of the ones that the ones that were impressionable to me. So I would go and do sleepovers at my cousin's house, and we would pull all-nighters and basically play Contra and Excitebike. Those were our games that we played. Super Mario 3 had come out as well, and we would just marathon that, trying to beat it. Those were the ones that were transformational for me, absolutely. And then I got into PC games like King's Quest and Space Quest.
Forget about it then, yeah.
And then where I was really done was when I went to college, Warcraft 2 Orcs and Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
I got into RTSs. And then
remember when that came out, I lost some friends to that game.
Warcraft 3 and Diablo 2. And then this game called World of Warcraft came out, and they were like, we're going to take the Warcraft 3 universe, and we're going to bring you down to the ground level. And, oh, by the way, you have to pay for the game, but then you have to pay $15 a month to play it. And I went, I'm not giving you $15 a month. I held out for about 2 months.
Yeah, and look at you now.
And 15, 16 years later, here we are. And there's probably not a day that's gone by that, not many of them, that I haven't logged into that game to do something. It's kind of scary if you think about it, but it's the cheapest hobby I've ever had. You put it in perspective.
That's scary. That's scary to think about.
Yep.
I remember. So it's funny because I'm kind of like trying to go back like all the games, like kind of what you did, like Genesis, where Final Battle, I think is what it was called. It was just this weird. It was kind of a ripoff on Fist of the North Star that was on Genesis. That was great.
Yeah.
Terrible game. Horrible play controls. Nearly impossible. So much fun. I loved it so much. I did that with like a bunch of games, like Athena on the original NES. Terrible game. So broken. I played the shit out of that game.
Yeah.
But like, I still remember the first game I got for Genesis was Altered Beast.
Oh yeah.
And what a waste of 5 levels, and it's over.
Yep.
And just a terrible, wonderful, amazing game. I love it so much. Rise from your grave.
I still have that. It's out there in the living room. My Genesis and my copy of Altered Beast.
Welcome to your doom.
Yes.
But you talked about college. College was Doom. Speaking of Doom,
yeah.
Doom 2, Rise of the Triad, and then Quake after that. Forget about it.
I had a buddy that left college.
Lights out, headphones on, like turn down the music on it, blast some fucking loud metal, and just kill things. Oh, those were good times.
One of my college buddies left college early and lived in Dallas and went to work for id Software doing like some web design kind of work for them, or kind of like an assistant of sorts, assistant producer. So I got to go visit the id studios and meet John Carmack and ride in his Hummer and all of that stuff. But they gave me like this advanced early copy of this game that didn't have a name yet. And they were like, yeah, it's kind of like Doom. It ended up being Quake, and I got to play that so early, and then I got into a little bit of competitive gaming for about 2 years.
Right.
Unreal Tournament was the one that really hooked me on shooters. That was back when I had like real, like dexterity, keyboard and mouse, and I was competitive. I won a few tournaments playing Unreal Tournament, and then 2004 Unreal Tournament 2004 when it came out, and then Quake 3 Team Arena. And then World of Warcraft hit me, and the rest is history. I've played nothing else really.
Being competitive on games is so crazy. I look at when I was younger and like the reflexes and everything. I couldn't do that now. I couldn't be anyway. Like these guys like Sonic Fox, I could never be competitive on that level these days. Yeah. The only games I was ever really like where I felt I was good enough to be competitive, Tekken 3, I was really good at, and Super Mario Kart. N64 Mario Kart was Mario 64, excuse me. That game is probably to this day, and I've sunk some hours in on like the Diablo games, on the Fallout games, Skyrim. I've sunk in some hours on some games. I have never played a game more than that game, and it's because of how many times I play it with people. So back in the day, I used to live in a house up in the valley, and that was back when Larson and Steve and I all kind of knew each other. It was daily Mario Kart in that place. There was a dry erase board on the wall that had the scores for months on it, like just to keep track of who was where.
Right.
So that's the only game I think I could probably have been competitive at back in the day. Oh man. So there you go. There you go, Brad. A lot of video game reminiscence.
Yes. Second question he has here is started going through some internet boards of toy collections. Some of my toys that I wish I still had consisted of the Gen 1 Megatron that transformed into the ray gun. I had that too.
Yes.
I had the G.I. Joe Hovercraft and Cobra Power Glider, Skeletor, and Battle Panther. And of course, the speeder bike from Star Wars Return of the Jedi. So what were some of you guys' most memorable toys growing up?
Where you press the pack at the end of the bike and the bike explodes. That was the best. That bike, and it had like the little spring feet on it, so you could put it down and it would go, and it was great.
I'll never forget the Christmas where I had an interesting childhood. I'll leave it at that. My stepbrother and I and my sister would oftentimes celebrate Christmas together. I'll never forget the one year that they asked us, which one of you likes G.I. Joe, which one of you likes Cobra? I said Cobra because I was obsessed with Destro and the Swamp guys. I can't remember their names. That had the fan boat and all of that stuff. So I said Cobra. So Christmas morning, I get the Cobra Terrordrome.
No.
Right?
That the huge
the big round thing, and it had the jet that rose up through the middle of it with the retracting. Yeah, it had the little swing out doors with the dudes that you sat on it, right?
Yeah.
Guess what my stepbrother got?
The G.I. Joe version of that, I'd imagine.
Think bigger.
No. Did you get the helicarrier?
He got the USS Flag.
Wow.
He got the giant aircraft carrier.
You chose.
I chose poorly. So
I mean, it's not bad.
We in the same house as 10-year-old boys. We had and we would we would shove the couches and all the furniture and tables against the wall, and we would have battles with the USS Flag attacking the Cobra Terrordrome. And we would have like Mom had thread, and we would string thread across the living room and have guys like rappel in, and it was insane. These battles would go on for days. And this was one of the only things I had to look forward to on visitation weekends was the fact that those toys were there, and that we had those to play with. He had the fighter jet, the F-15 Eagle, that comes with the flag. You know,
you guys had some toys,
and they're all gone.
Yeah,
they're all gone. I wish I kept. I mean, if you try to find a USS Flag now, it's thousands upon thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah, or just like Castle Grayskull or Snake Mountain for the He-Man stuff. You know what I mean? Or the original AT-AT for Star Wars, which actually that's one I did have. I had the AT-AT. And I had a bunch of Star Wars figures, and I ironically enough gave them to Mark Hamill's son, who is a toy collector himself, and he has made his own toys. So that was a weird kind of circuitous thing. I was a Star Wars fan, and then I ended up giving all my Star Wars toys to the son of the guy from Star Wars. Anyways,
it'd be interesting to see. I haven't been through all of my like old stuff at my mom's place in many years, at least a decade or so. I know she's still got all of my old baseball cards from the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Those are back, like in vogue, like people are doing sports cards again. So there's all kinds of shit that she's got in her attic and garage that I could go through and be like, oh yeah, I think all of my micro machines, there's a throwback for you guys. I think she's still got all of those. So there's all kinds of shit in her attic.
I got to throw out one question here, and then one more comment, and then let's move on and close this out. Okay. One question: did you ever have like Star Wars figures, or was it mostly G.I. Joe?
No, I was more of a G.I. Joe guy.
Okay, because I was a Star Wars guy. My parents didn't let me have G.I. Joe because it was too military. And
California liberals. Love it.
California liberals, yeah.
I'm in North Carolina.
Yeah, right. They wouldn't let me watch G.I. Joe because it was too violent. Meanwhile, they let me watch Robotech right afterwards, where people actually died and didn't go jumping out of planes when the things would explode. Anyway, but we used to do the thing where you'd get the garden hose, and I'd make a little like mountain in the sand pit with it. Yeah. So like the sticking out the top, and you'd get everything set up, and you'd turn it on. You dig a big pit underneath it, and you basically have like a water mountain, like a Sarlacc pit water mountain. Anyway, did one of those things where we went outside. Anyway, so the other thing, have you ever heard of a toy brand called Sectaurs?
I don't think so.
Sectaurs. So like they have all these channels now on YouTube where it's like the toys that made us all these great toys from the 80s that basically were like, they made cartoons or comic books of the toys to try to get the toys to sell. And people would watch the cartoons were basically just big, long commercials for the toys. Right. This was one of those. But it never really caught on. But the toys were freaking awesome. They were huge. They were about like 9-inch tall toys. Really great articulation on them. Really cool design. But the trick was it was in the future. The post-apocalypse. Everything had been devastated. Humans and insects have now crossbred somehow.
Yeah,
so
I'm
they're
looking
like
them up. I don't think I ever had any of these.
Part human, part insect, and they all ride gigantic insects. And they had the toys of the insects. There was like gigantic dragonflies and gigantic spiders. And the trick was you could take these big figures and put them on the backs of these big-ass toys that were the insects that they rode. And then you'd put your hand into a glove underneath, and your hand was the feet of the insect. And it was the coolest goddamn thing to run around with this big bug that had like, wings that would move and whatever. And your guy would be flying on the back of it. That was probably one of the coolest toys I've ever had. And the comic book that went along with the comic book series was awesome. really cool, dark story. Like that was definitely one that I always remember very fondly that no one ever remembers. Those and Boglins, the two, like the puppet stuff, were the ones I really liked.
Yeah.
So
that's good stuff.
So there you go.
What is that? I was trying to think of what that pogo ball. I think it was called pogo ball. I had one of those.
Oh, like you just put it between your, like, was it like looks like Saturn? And you kind of,
Yes.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's a great way to break.
My sister
great way
was
to break your
obsessed
ankles.
with Care Bears and Cabbage Patch Kids.
It's 80s sisters.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Care Bears and Rainbow Bright.
but once I got a Nintendo, I was pretty much done.
F toys.
I was done with toys.
Yep, pretty much.
That
was the end.
You know, I had a few of the little things. I didn't go outside anymore after that.
Yeah. Well, there you go, Brad Shepard.
There you go.
Mr. Shepard, Mr. Good Brad Shepard.
Thanks,
Sheppy.
sir. Thanks, Chevy.
Lots of reminiscing about toys and video.
I love it. Next up, if I ever make a trip to Mom's place, I'll be sure to go up in the attic. I'm due to go see her again here pretty soon, but I'll go dig through the attic, make her let me get through some of the boxes. I'll take some pictures for you guys. That could be fun. Let's see. Next up, Billy Stickler said, just wanted to say thanks for the constant stream of streams last week. It was a lot of work and needs to be appreciated. Overall, Mania was fantastic and I had a blast. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Billy.
Man.
Appreciate
Very
the
much
shout out.
appreciated. Thanks, man.
And I absolutely loved Godzilla vs. Kong. Shut off the brain and have some fun. I'm totally with you. Such a blast. Much like Return of the Living Dead, which I finally rewatched this weekend after Ian mentioned it in the group.
Yes.
More fun for the week. Yep.
Yes. Love that movie.
Very good movie.
I'm going to go watch
I've
that
watched
right now.
Godzilla vs. Kong. Actually, I watched it a second time, but I skipped to just the battle sequences. Because why not? The one in the ocean is probably my favorite. I like that one. I like that one the most.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you, Billy. And finally, Esme, former booby champ, says, "Hola, pod puppies." Let's keep it short. Where should WrestleMania go other than the United States? Hit me with your top 4 and why.
London. Number 1, London. Number 2, Sydney. Number 3, Tokyo. Number 4,
I'm gonna go Western
Brazil,
Europe, Paris,
Rio
or
de
Berlin.
Janeiro. Man, take the channel. Sorry, Yardy. Take the channel. Head over to London. I think that the UK of all countries has really earned it. They've really supported WWE a lot over the years, and they've had a lot of great events there. I mean, they're still talking about Brett versus Davey Boy Smith. You know, give them WrestleMania.
Yeah. I love it. Big cities, big venues. Absolutely. WrestleMania at the Tokyo Dome. Yes, please.
This is what I'm saying. I'm thinking of like countries that really support WWE where the fans would be really into it and they have the venues to be able to back it up.
Yeah.
So I think Brazil would be the only tough one because Brazil is a mess right now. So my number 4 could be changed. But I mean Canada too, right?
Have they never had one in
I don't
Toronto
think they've
or
ever-
Vancouver or Montreal?
I want to say they. No, I don't think they
Let's
have.
ask the Google machine. Has there ever been a WrestleMania in Canada?
I don't think so. I'm gonna say
WrestleMania 18 in 2002 set the attendance record for an indoor event in Canada at the Rogers Center with 68,000 people.
The Rogers Center. Oh God. Well, I would have lost that one on Quizlemania.
Yep. Well, shit.
Okay, forget Canada.
Toronto
then.
has
They've
had
it.
2, according to chat.
Forget it.
Yeah.
Forget that then. And I'm gonna stick with my 4: London, Tokyo, Sydney, Australia, and Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Yeah, that's a good list. I don't have any better.
Yep. Well, all right.
We got a couple more that snuck in while I had to refresh. Kyle Cotton got his in and said, as I said on Sunday, I'm not completely on board with the head of the table right now, mainly because I feel we are getting repetitive with the character beats. To me, the big need for a long reigning heel champ is each defense add to his character or story, like a JBL, a Shayna, or even currently a Walter, where each defense is another chapter and a bit of a character progression. I feel that's been lacking the last few months since the Owens feud. My question is, how would you, if you were booking this character, keep him interesting if he has to be on every pay-per-view and every episode of SmackDown to have a long reign to the length you feel it should be? Especially since now with Bryan and Edge beaten, we are short on babyface contenders on SmackDown, Big E, and that can comfortably take those losses. I'm with Nick that Roman can be a long-term champion, but I'm having trouble envisioning it going forward in this environment. I agree. I do think Big E should be his next champ. He has successfully held the Intercontinental title for a nice stint. Lost it to Apollo, put over the new gimmick. I loved all of this. Dabba-Kato, we also got involved in that, so good stuff. Spoiler alert, sorry if you haven't seen WrestleMania yet.
Come on.
You're a couple days behind. But at the same time, I think Big E has proven that he could be a champion. Do I feel like he's at the caliber that he could go up against and believably stand toe-to-toe with Roman Reigns? Almost.
You could build him up to being that point, but the thing is that the upside of the Roman gimmick right now is that he doesn't fight. He very rarely has matches. It's literally one of the things he says is like, I don't do it until I want to do it. Jey Uso fights his fights for him. Jey Uso, you can have fighting anybody, and he can win, he can lose, doesn't matter.
You could have Big E go in and absolutely annihilate Jey Uso, and it be the thing that brings Roman out. Right?
But
Final
Roman
boss kind of stuff. We talked about this with Brody Lee and Dark Order, right?
But again, we've seen that Roman doesn't care if Jey loses. He just, he's mad at Jey for losing, for disrespect, for embarrassing the family.
Yeah.
You have to do more than that to get Roman's attention. And the fact that he does act as this kind of godfather, final boss figure, have him form a little faction, more than just Jey. Put some more obstacles between people and him.
You want him to be the head of the table, build him a table.
Sure, have people at that table. You got to get through those people to get to him.
Yep.
So yeah, and that gives you a ton of TV to work with.
Yep.
And Roman can still be there every week, cutting promos, being in the back in his big overstuffed chair, being the Godfather.
There's plenty of people in the back too that you could spend 2 to 4 weeks building and booking.
Yeah,
that could show up and be a contender
for a minute.
Sure.
Yeah.
He needs to go through everybody and just show that he is just because when he does finally lose it, it needs to be the right person that you want to go nuclear. Right.
You know who I think they could build into doing something with him once he's done with Seth? Cesaro. Shinsuke Nakamura could also be built into a good program with Roman right now. Have him jump through some hoops, at least take up a couple of months. I'm just thinking of people that you could just if you want to have Roman win, but have feuds to get there. Yeah, you could do that.
Do you think he and Seth inevitably collide?
Roman and Seth?
Yeah.
No, Seth's going to be a heel for a while with the way he's going.
Okay.
So
I see a hint of possible turn there if we send it the right way. Trying to make him this Messiah figure, right? What if people turn around on it and start believing?
Seth, the character right now, though, with Seth is too self-interested.
Yeah.
I don't think he would accept someone else being better than him. I think that's why they kept Seth and Roman apart so much, is they both have this delusion of being the top of the card. The difference between the two of them is one of them's right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There you go. Thank you very much, Kyle.
And we're seeing 6 and 18 were both in Canada.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Wheelchair.
That's okay. I'm glad to be wrong about that because it seemed ridiculous that they wouldn't have had them in Canada, considering how close Canada is, the amount of support they've had in Canada.
How many major superstars come from Canada?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes me feel better then.
And finally, Brian Average says, greetings and salutations to our Iron Men of WrestleMania. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Average.
I'm still feeling the effects. Hair's down today. Voice is fried, hair's down. It's all good. Thank you for the top quality content throughout the week. Thank you, Brian. Thanks for being a part of it. Thanks for playing with the pick'ems with us. You both are tasked with putting together a cast of the remake of the 80s classic Running Man, but with women wrestlers. Who would you cast for the runners, stalkers, as well as the game show host role? No, it's got to be women. Sorry.
No, women. Okay, so game show host. I'd want to put Dakota Kai, but I want something. I want someone older, maybe like Mickey James, in that role. Yeah.
Who's got the Bants, the good timing?
I mean, not really anybody from that generation. You know what I mean? Not really. trying to think. Maybe, damn it. Hold on. Give me a second. I think I might have somebody. So wait, who's the runner? Who's the runner?
Raquel Gonzalez.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have had her as the Jesse Ventura character.
I'll put her as the Arnold character.
I would have had her and Rhea, but Rhea would have been Arnold, and Raquel would have been because remember,
interchangeable for me. Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, they could be interchangeable. I would have Ivory.
I haven't seen that movie either in like
Ivory.
10 years.
Ivory as the
game show host.
The game show host.
Okay.
Ivory's got the bants.
She does.
She's from that generation. She can be sinister. Remember, she used to cut great promos with Right to Censor.
That's true. That is true.
What about Buzzsaw? Who plays Buzzsaw?
The Stalkers.
Buzzsaw. What happened to Buzzsaw? He had to split. Yeah, who plays Buzzsaw?
It's gotta be somebody big, right?
That doesn't have to be. Just someone you can put a chainsaw on. We also got to figure out who's playing Yaphet Kotto.
Dakota Kai as Buzzsaw.
Okay, fine.
Running around with a chainsaw? Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Who's the Yaphet Kotto role? The other guy he goes in with.
Which one was the hockey guy? There was the one guy that had the sharp hockey stick.
Oh, yeah,
I don't remember
right?
what they called him. I haven't seen that movie in over a decade. I need to go watch that one again.
That should be let's see.
Shotzi Blackheart.
Sure. That's a good one. Yeah, I like that.
And what was the other one you were asking about?
Yeah, the Yaphet Kotto, the other good guy he goes in with. The other runner.
Kyle said Nia Jax is Buzzsaw just so she can be cut in half. My man.
My man. Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, shots are
it's been a minute since I've seen that movie too.
I'm trying to remember like who all those characters were.
Yeah.
I go down the Arnold rabbit hole, and it's usually Total Recall and Commando.
Oh God, Commando.
I love Commando.
I
don't need the gun, John.
Let off some steam, Bennett. It's got all of the liners. It's got all the one-liners in that one. It's got all of them.
Yes.
I still contend, like, because Arnold has so many one. We're getting off track here, and we've gone way long. But I still contend that like one of Arnold's, some of his greatest one-liners are out of the Batman movie, the Batman and Forever Robin, Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Where he's Mr. Freeze. They're so awful, but they're so amazing.
Yes.
The name is Freeze. Remember it well, for it is the chilling sound of your doom.
Let's wrap this up, man. We've been at it for 2 hours.
Ice Age. And I'm starting to lose it because you're getting me on Schwarzenegger again. And
that's what I'm doing over. I'm internally right now.
Hey, Batman, chill out. I'll do it all night. I will do Arnold one-liners all night long.
Please no.
And hey,
I'll do the total real. Give these people air.
Cohagen.
Damn it, Cohagen.
I'll see what the potty Richter shoots Sharon Stone in the head. And he goes, consider that a divorce. All right.
Oh, my jaw hurts.
Arnold, you bring up Running Man. You bring up Schwarzenegger. This is what happens on the show. Sorry, everybody. All right.
Wall Carl in the chat throws knife through a guy. Stick around.
Stick around. That's Predator.
Yes.
That's Predator. Hey, Billy, find me some way out of this hole. You're one ugly mother. Okay. We'll do it all night. We will do it all night. We've already run long. Everybody, thank you very much for your questions for this here patrons bonus episode. Or no, I don't even know what it is. Patrons mailbag episode. Where am I? Who am I? What am I? Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for hanging out with us right now. Thank you to everyone listening to us later. Thank you for everyone for hanging out with us through our massive, insane week last night. We love you all very much. We appreciate it greatly. Thank you to all of our patrons for supporting this show and for giving us your questions here today. You guys are awesome. We will be back soon this Friday right after SmackDown. We'll be back to cover that. We got to cover NXT, which went on tonight. We'll be talking about AEW Dynamite tomorrow and, of course, SmackDown. Uh-oh. They're
Benny,
still doing more.
Screw you!
They're still doing it.
5 kids to feed. I thought it was 4. Hey!
Hey.
I love Total Recall so much.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's my
We're gonna do this
favorite.
all night.
It's so ridiculous.
It's amazing. All right.
Guys,
well, thank
again,
everybody.
I'll echo Ian's sentiments. Thank you guys so much for an amazing week. Happy to be back to the regular schedule, though. Maybe my voice will clear up a little bit. Yeah, they're just going to keep coming. Thank you guys for making us laugh. It's so, I love those Arnold movies so much. If you haven't seen it before, go to YouTube and look for the video titled Every Arnold Scream Ever. And it's a 10-minute video of nothing but all of his screams super cut together.
I used to cry laughing. Someone had a soundboard and they would prank call people with the Arnold soundboard.
Yeah. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
I'm a cop, you idiots. Who is your daddy and what does he do? I'm Detective John Kimball.
Kyle threw in 100 bits, said,
oh, no.
Remember when I would save you for last? I lied. Another good one to check out if you guys are looking for Arnold one-liners is Red Heat with Jim Belushi.
What happened to Frankie? I had to let him go.
Yeah.
I hope you left enough room for my fist because I'm going to ram it into your stomach and pull out your goddamn spine.
I love how he just wrestles the TV off the stand and slams it down.
You killed my people. You took my father's sword.
Go look up every Arnold scream ever. But thank you guys. Linktree.com/BWO is all the links to all of our stuff. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. Do all those things. Thank you for following us here on Twitch. Shout out to everybody for all the bits and subs on Twitch tonight. Shout out to Daniel and all the others for the super chats over on YouTube, Facebook. We see you too. Thank you guys for watching and joining us here. We'll be back Friday after SmackDown. Thank you guys for watching. But until next time, my name is Nick Howell. You can find me on Twitter at DataCenterDude.
And I am Sir Ian Dangerous. You can find me on Twitter at Sir Ian Dangerous.
But my God!
Would somebody stop the damn match?
This show is part of the Orbital Jigsaw Network. For more episodes, subscribe to us on iTunes, Google Play, or Stitcher Radio. For details and show notes from each episode, check us out, orbitaljigsaw.com.